Wait, I'm already mic'd? And the lights are on? What kind of an intro is this? I guess I have to choose music. What am I gonna do here? I got 2 messages. I'll check those out in a minute. I'm so Bush League that I check every single music, every single, every YouTube comment. Let's see what it is. Wonky robot, hey! Missed it, work getting in the way. Ah, that's okay. That's okay, wonky robot. Death grips. I guess I said something about death grips at some point. Easy enough. What are my latest videos? What's going up right now? I need to get back to uploads. Oh yeah, the one where I did the VOD that went up is the one where I accidentally cut and paste myself out of several hours worth of work. That was fun. I enabled clipboard history after that on this machine. Yes, yes. These 2 out of here for the time being. Goodbye. And then the O-scope for now. Get rid of that. Look at that. It's all packed up over there. Nice and neat. Blank desk. A messy desk is a messy mind. Then what is a blank desk? I'm looking to see whether or not there's like a standalone telemetry Bluetooth module for RC car. Something that'll give me like an accelerometer speed or whatever. Not 100% accurate. Works great, super easy to install. Remove the sticky foam piece. Loving the device, tells you temperatures of RC speeds, RPMs. It allows you to make each adjustments recommended for anyone who has a Spectrum ESC. So you need to have a Spectrum electronic speed control in order to use this thing. I want a standalone. So maybe standalone RC telemetry. Jetty telemetry box. I want to sell you all these doodads, and you don't need all this stuff. It's almost like I should make my own. Eagle Tree Wireless. Didn't Eagle Tree have something to do with, no, maybe not. Home alarm systems. Christmas tree. Let's see what Christmas trees they have. Yes, see it. Ah, good old virus.exe. This may not be a legitimate website. All right, let's get out of here. I don't know what it just did, but I think it was blocked. Jetty, this is probably very old. Forum posts are not reliable. RC telemetry overview. No. Looking for something cute for an RC car. Maybe something that exists on the phone. I just want to know speed, that's all. And this one needs their transmitter. Oh yeah, I hit play on the music, but then I didn't turn it up. There we go. How loud is that? It's pretty quiet. We'll leave it there. I don't want a Spectrum transmitter. I already have my transmitter. Oh wait, this is a search for just that. RC car telemetry, or just in general, Bluetooth telemetry module. Telemetry radio. Nope, that's for Pixhawk or ArduPilot. Oh, that's just a Bluetooth modem plugged into ArduPilot. I used to do that, something like that. But I'm not about to put an ArduPilot on this car. Bluetooth telemetry. BT20, what the hell? I don't even know, man. I don't know if a product exists that does what I want it to do. Smart port telemetry, no. Traxxas Link Bluetooth module. Use with any of your other Traxxas products. This product exists in order to get you signed up to our ecosystem so that you can't buy anything else. What's up, Angry Pizza? How you doing? I'm just looking at stuff before stream starts. We'll put this up. So this is very specific. clips into your Traxxas radio. All your custom settings. I don't want it to be linked to a transmitter, into a transmitter. Bluetooth module. Hot. General air module. Bluetooth module version 2.1. I like generic telemetry is what I'm really looking for. The only stat I really want is speed. So it feels like I could actually put together like my own module that would do a little like dead reckoning. That's an RC car. No. These are like these are for, actually most of these are for like RC drones and stuff like that. But I'm looking for one for an RC car. The ones for RC cars require that you have a specific transmitter. And the RC car in question is the one that I have over here. This is a little Atomic SZ2 kit, and I've added arrow to it because it actually does stuff. The arrow actually does keep it planted to the ground at speed. What speed, you ask? I don't know. That's why I want that. That, or just I should probably just get a meter stick to put on the ground and drive by at full speed, because at full speed this thing is scary. And I want to get like I want to put a pin on that. I want to figure out what that number is. I very specifically did the electronics in a particular way. Hold on, let's get this out of the way. And then the scope. Very specifically did stuff with the electronics where I'm using DOS micro modules, and I have to work on strain relief for all the wires. I got to do the rest of the wiring in a minute. Probably not today, but when I get around to it. Bought a helping hand. I don't really like helping hands, but to each their own. There's some really good ones. The helping hands that I would get are the ones with like tentacle style arms, and they've got a big metallic base that's heavy. The whole point, for me at least, is to add inertia to the thing you're soldering. So like I put stuff in this miniature precision vise because it's no longer precision, right? This thing came from a machine shop that had closed down, and a friend of mine got a big tool cabinet from there, probably from somebody who like died or something. But this was in there and a little bit rusty. And so I cleaned it up, oiled it, put it all back together. And now I have this vise that I can put like a smaller circuit board in. And I can poke it with a soldering iron, and it doesn't tend to move around. And this is small enough and it's agile enough that I can do everything I need to do with it. Those clamps, you need to put like a silicone sleeve, a little piece of silicone tubing on them so that they don't scratch your circuit board. And like, I just have never liked helping hands. You know, you practically find them growing in the dirt because they're always sort of pushed aside by people using them. At least for me, I think they're poison. I don't like them. But again, to each his own. You may think it's the most useful thing in the world, and more power to you for that. But yeah, yeah, they've got that cheapy little magnifying glass on them. You know, as far as cheap magnifiers go for working on electronics, it is so much nicer to have something like this. And this comes from like an Amazon deal day. You can find them in a lot of different places. People love them for embroidery, but you put a lens on here and you're pretty decently far away from what you're looking at. And most importantly, there's a light on it. A headlamp is a very, very good tool when working on electronics. Illumination is super important. What up, Turts? How's it going? I know, I'm busting it to the RimWorld music. To the RimWorld music. Did that just break? No, it didn't break. It just came off. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty nice to be able to actually see what you're doing, and it's not like the lenses are better than super cheap plastic lenses. They're still cheap plastic lenses, but it's a good thing. It works really nicely. I want to bring out the star of the show today, but it'll break the RC car if I slam it down on the desk, and I gotta wait until people are here and we start. This is one of those things that I find tough, which is waiting for the punchline and not just immediately revealing everything. But I think what I'm going to do is, God, I got to clean these off. They're full of flux. I'll clean the flux later, but what I need to do is get crimps on all of the contacts, and I need to crimp up a plug that'll supply power here and go to the radio all the way over here. and then the radio will get hooked up to the gyro. I don't know of any racing leagues around me. I'm sure they probably exist. I should, but I'm not good at being a racist. I'm not good at that. I know some people who are, but I'm just not good at like being in control yet. What I do is I go out in the yard in the front where there's the road, and I just blast this thing up and down the street. And just see what the handling characteristics and stuff are. That's why I did all this aero, because it's not like I'm following league rules or anything, and I want to see how fast this thing is capable of going. Alternative for isopropyl. For cleaning flux, it's pretty good stuff. I don't know about any alternatives. You can buy it by the bushel. I use something called Goof Off, which is even worse than isopropyl, so I wouldn't really suggest you run out and try this stuff. This is like orange flavored acetone. It's not good for plastics, but I use it to do a quick like Q-tip application in order to get rid of the flux. There's other stuff out there, but I just don't know of it. I don't mind isopropyl alcohol. Why isn't that changing anything? Probably all the connections are bad, that's why. Our circuit from yesterday that doesn't quite work. I don't like using that stuff. I don't like cleaning stuff with gas. I don't know, it's just a thing. Why isn't that adjusting? It's not like we're not outputting. Like there's some movement. It was whatever we were cooking up yesterday that didn't really work out. Trying to use 1 op amp. And it's just not doing anything. What up, Walrus? How's it going? We're trying to get into some fun stuff today. I was talking RC car at the beginning of stream because I'm looking for like a standalone telemetry module, something that'll give me like a miles per hour readout or something. I've purchased an add-on phone holder for my remote. I'm gonna have to drill a hole in the thing and like install a mount hole or whatever for it. But once I get that done, I'll be able to probably get video of this thing blasting down the street. You guys can see truly how frighteningly fast this thing is, because I need to be able to steer it while I'm filming, because it's scary. I'll end up blasting somebody's ankle into smithereens with it. But I need to finish wiring this thing first. I got a couple things to wire here. I haven't had time. I'm working on stuff. I didn't even play Fallout 4 last night. I feel bad. I cracked that game out and did a bunch of mods to it to make it tolerable. One of the primary mods that you have to install being the one that actually tells you what you're going to say, instead of just leaving it down to a sarcastic. You're like, oh, I'd be a little sarcastic here. And then the guy's like, I hope you die of a bee sting. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, whoa, that's completely tonally different from what I thought I was choosing. Good old Fallout 4. I can say good old because it's almost 10 years old. You can believe it. I guess a lot of people have been having a lot of fun with Fallout 76, but I don't have friends, so I'm not about to go and play that. I guess that didn't stop Rabaz from having a good time playing it. I don't know. Philosophically, Fallout is a single-player game. Bethesda shouldn't have gone that route, but hey, people are having fun, so. I just can't believe how slow Bethesda releases games. I guess the Fallout 4 was a big game. I mean, that's like a big commitment. So it's crazy. But yeah, I've been having fun modding it with a bunch of inane bullshit. Just stupid stuff from Nexus. The small oscilloscopes, they have their limitations, but I mean, telling a beginner to go buy a $700 oscilloscope is a terrible idea. So yes, they do have merit. They're only tens of dollars, and they're not a huge regret to have bought. we've been trying to build an oscilloscope with these circuits here, and I haven't really made great progress because I'm trying to sort of go off script from the original schematic. That's not been going well, but I've been learning stuff about circuits and stuff. And so, I mean, just having a scope is really, really good and important because it gives you so much more information than you can get from like a multimeter. There are really good cheap things out there, though. The whole landscape has changed. For me, it's very difficult for me to recommend stuff because I've already started out. I am an expert now. I started out when I was a teenager in the late 90s, early 2000s. So I don't know where to start these days. Everything is so much different. So much different. So spend $35 on a cheapy little crappy scope. It'll give you voltage over time. And I think that's a very important thing to be able to see, depending on what you're doing. And I think it's a really, like, it's a vital tool. So, you know, $30 on a, what the fuck, man? All right, you guys just earned fans. Boop. Boop. You know, you're not spending a ton of money, so it's actually kind of fine. You're not spending $500 and not ever getting it back. Spend $35, cheap scope, it explodes. Oh well, right? So, yeah, of course, you don't need to ask me here to post a picture on the Discord. If you're posting a picture in chat, it's polite to ask as long as it's relevant. What the hell? Why is nothing changing the circuit? It's not a static display. It should actually be doing stuff, doing circuit stuff. I'm observing it right here. Yeah, it is actually observing. Oh, I see. This is the input from the other part of the circuit, the fixed part. And then this is the part that we didn't really get to work. And it's all whack. It's all sorts of whack. All sorts of whack. Most of it is, like, a lot of it is the wires not fitting properly and stuff. I actually think I have one of those. I think it's sitting over there, and I haven't tried it out yet. I haven't even plugged it in, so I don't know. But it's probably fine. It's probably not too bad. I feel like there's more activity on the Discord while I'm streaming. It's really weird. It's like I start streaming and then everybody starts popping off on the Discord. They're like, Bother's finally gone. We can post whatever we want, which is not the case, but still. Yeah, what else did I get up to tomorrow? I guess we kind of like, we worked on the circuit a little bit, and our failures were of not, basically the failure that we had was not taking a minute to step back from the circuit and like think about what was going on, because I thought like, oh, if I take this and I invert it and then I do this and I do that, and I neglected the fact that our waveform existed on a positive number line, and our amps were unable to go into the negative because they were ground and power referenced. And so when we flipped it over into the negative, it became nothing because it was all way beyond saturation in the negatives. What up, esports? How you doing? How's it going? How's it going? We're having a chill Friday. I got a fun thing that might open our eyes a little bit in the world of circuitry and electronics wizardry. I have a compelling title. So I'm looking up telemetry modules, and I don't know if I can find something that's bare bones enough. What would I be looking for? Like bare bones telemetry recorder. Anticipation is killing me. Don't hurt yourself. What the hell? This is for like, that's for like professional things. What would be Arduino speed sensor recorder? car speed sensor recorder. Oh boy, this is already not gonna jive with 1/24th scale. I don't like those breadboards where you have to bridge stuff in the middle. I don't know if our breadboard, no, our breadboard is connected through. Some of them aren't. Some of them you have 4 sections of power distribution. Oh, that's interesting. That's kind of cute. Actually, that can live on the breadboard, huh? I could do that and then drive by it. I'd probably hit it. I'd probably smash up against this fucking thing. Considered as 5 meters. It's not quite right. Yeah, so all you're doing is recording timing, and since a microcontroller is so fast, it gets a pretty good granularity on that speed. And then you have the display. Whoa, 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 whoa. You have the display something. Why did it change into... Jeez. I guess I misclicked. It's got this little toy car. That's hilarious. That's great. The thing is, I would go by that, it would be like, poof. And so I would wonder if it would actually get a good speed on there. Arduino explained. Yeah, so I guess there's alternative ways to do this. Or I just get my cell phone out and I drive by a yardstick at full tilt. It's not full tilt, it's full tilt. It's because of the tiller. All right, what pages don't we need here? We don't need a lot of this stuff. I do want to keep some of it up, though. Maybe I do need everything. I don't know if we'll get back to working on Hajiwo today, but we may. Well, we'll do a little work, and then we'll figure out what's going on. See if we can uncover some stuff that we need to know. Let me find that oscilloscope while we're sitting here. That's something that I should probably vet out, because I think people are interested in it. At least from, you know, this wasn't the first comment on the $30 oscilloscope. Oh yeah, I bought an airbrush. I gotta work with that at some point. I gotta paint something. Father's gotta paint. Ow! Fucking saw blade. Ooh, ow, ouchies. What do we got in here? Oh, a bunch of stuff. What's this stuff? Oh yeah, I meant to reverse engineer that thing. There's like a fan controller, and it uses a weird scheme in order to control the fan. Or maybe it just doesn't. Maybe it only turns it on and off. That's actually probably what it is. Where did that oscilloscope go? I had it in here. It was right here, I swear. Whoa. Okay, watch out. Where did... It's not in here. I had it in these drawers, I swear. I'm not lying. It's not... As far as I'm concerned, it's not anywhere. Under here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, these $30 oscilloscope kits. I found it. I found it. Where did the thing go? I need to put this to a button. The scope is new enough that I haven't actually put it into the streaming setup. It'd be nice to have it as a button. The only problem is, like, I need to figure out how to run the Stream Deck XL all the way out here. Because the Stream Deck XL has all of the real estate that I would need in order to press all the buttons to make things happen and have this show be nice and punchy, but I can't run it off of the USB hub because it like glitches out on the USB hub. It hates it. Too energy hungry. So I'm looking for the one that says scope on this list. Where the hell is that? It's activated. There it is. Okay. So, oh, this is a different screen. This is just an extra screen. I just have screens. You know, sometimes you just have screens. Where does the input come from on this one? Those are the buttons. Oh, I see. It's all cut off. There's RGB right there. Or whatever. This is for, I was going to use this for like drone stuff. So this is that $30 scope that you linked in the Discord. And it's a kit. Looks pretty fun. There's a screen. There's some parts. Oh, they did the surface mount for you. That's kind of lame. I was thinking about making this modular synthesizer sized somehow. It would be a big module, but it would be a scope module. That would be kind of cool. We'll work on this at some point. I'll figure this out. Oh, come on. Here you go. That's got a little protector on the screen. There's already a bubble in it. Yeah, that's a miniature scope, huh? DSO 138. I'll have to see what it's all about. I don't know what the frequency range is on it. Good packing. It's packing, I don't know. A lot of controls that I would have to translate to a front panel. Be nice if this thing, oh look, the schematic. That's kind of nice. You get to see how everything's doing its stuff. How are they taking the analog inputs on this one? Hold on a second. What are they doing here? I need to figure this out. I must know their scheme. There's also instructions, but these aren't the instructions. This is the manual. Click leads. All right, so let me see what they're doing here. It tends to happen. Especially, it's the intro. I'm allowed to do whatever. Analog in, DC, AC, and ground. So you have to choose there. When you do DC, it, of course, goes through a capacitor. When it goes through AC, well, it still goes through, oh yeah, when it goes through AC, it goes through a capacitor. Okay, DC goes directly in. And then we have, holy shit, what in the world? That's a lot of circuit paths to deal with. Oh, I see. We have a range. So 1 volt, 0.1 volt, and then millivolt. Millivolt goes directly. 0.1 volt goes through, I don't know, some kind of filtration. It's a variable capacitor. Where's that? Which one of y'all is a variable capacitor? Oh, hell if I know. I can't see. One of these is a variable capacitor, which is kind of neat. It's a pretty complicated circuit path, to be honest. Okay, so you choose how much there is, and then a TLO 8-4. So not a 7-4, it's an 8-4. Plus and minus. And then that is at unity gain in a non-inverting amplifier. And then you hit some kind of an infernal resistor ladder where you get to choose 1x, 2x, and 3x. 3, 180, 120. Huh. Oh, and then 9 and 10 are ground? What's that all about? Maybe those are the anchor points. Then you go into another amplifier. This one, AV minus and ground. So you have a non-inverting amplifier with a bias on it between AV minus and ground. That's 3K and 150 ohms. So it's a very small bias, very small offset voltage bias, I guess. Where does this get to the microcontroller? Holy shit. This goes for a while. We've got more stuff going on. Oh my god. There's the ADC input. Weird. Huh. So it's, okay, that didn't answer any of the questions that I had about the synthesizer stuff that we've been doing. That is a massive amount of circuitry to get your analog input. Pretty crazy. You know, from what this looks like, it looks like a decent soldering kit. If you keep all your T's crossed and your I's dotted, and you're careful about putting the appropriate component in the appropriate spot, and you work carefully and slow, it's probably not that bad of a project to put together. And then what you end up with is a tool to see voltage over time, which is very important. and even one that does it poorly, like this one probably does, or with much limitations in terms of speed and resolution, even still, you probably will find it to be quite useful. Julian has a little miniature oscilloscope that he uses with his modular synthesizer. I used to have a cute little scope. I don't know what happened to it. I wonder if I still have it somewhere. It looks like this walks you through it pretty nicely, though, and there's a checklist for all the parts that you install, and advice on how not to cock it up. So I think for 30-ish bucks, I think this is a great thing to do as a beginner project. And I've got a troubleshooting guide, probably a tuning guide too. Now with a multimeter, you probably will want to have a multimeter, to be honest. That's a tool that goes beyond just electronics. Probably pick that up. It does look fun. Yeah, it looks like a fun little kit, and maybe one day we'll actually put it together, or maybe I'll save it for my nephew who's getting older and older, although I don't think he cares about electronics, to be honest, so maybe not. I think he just liked holding something dangerous like the soldering iron. He burnt himself when we were working with it, and I told him, like, keep a grip on this thing because it's really hot, and he let it slip at one point when we were building stuff, and he got like a little burn on his finger. So we went up and we iced it, and he was very brave about the whole thing. I think he wanted to cry, and I was like, my brother's gonna kill me if you tell him. And so he kept it secret from my brother, and I was like, don't do that. Don't ever do that, dude. Like, if an adult tells you to keep something secret between just you and them, tell your parents. Like, tell your parents immediately. Snitch to high heaven, man. I was like, that was way too easy. Good uncles teach painful lessons. I would teach him how to shoot if I could, but then I think my whole family would disown me. So our grandpa taught us how to shoot very early on. Those are some of my favorite memories. Shooting those guys at the police station. It was a lot of fun. I mean, in the backyard, shooting a target. Now, he set up a whole thing in a barn with a little, like, one of those little, like, bullet catcher things with pellet guns. Okay, so how are we doing? You know, I had all this stuff. I had a wealth of stuff that I was thinking about this week. All these things that I could talk to Chad about during the stream intros, and I neglected to write any of it down, that's on me. That's my fault. But writing that stuff down is important because that means that I can then internalize it, come up with a bunch of dog shit takes, and then extrude them onto you guys in order to get engagement in my chat. That's how it works, right? You come up with wrong takes and everybody corrects you on them. Miniature telemetry recorder. Miniature speed recorder. Mini voice recorder. I need something that does speed, and it needs to be as minimalist as possible, which is not what I'm seeing. What is this stuff? What the heck? As if this thing would be filled with so much technology. Give me a break. These guys always, like, they show all this stuff inside, but really it's just like empty. There's a lot of empty space in these aerodynamic cars. The ones that are going for, like, speed records. There's not that much stuff in them. Or right takes and you still get corrected. Yeah, that's true. It's all ramen noodles. No, the trend is back. It's haunting us. Wait, I saw... Oh, no, that was a different mini. It was, what's his name? Bobleg? No, whoever that was. The one Finn in chat. Oh, are we streaming onto YouTube? We are. I need to get YouTube chat in here. Sorry, YouTube chat. Hold on, I gotta open you guys up. Preach it, says Crad Radio. Okay, I don't know what I was preaching when that comment rolled in, but I missed it because I don't have the right YouTube up. So we need to open up the Oh Bother VOD. Sorry, YouTube users. We'll open this up, and then I'm gonna open up I gotta pop out the chat. And now you guys should be visible on stream. Sorry about that. Yeah, Crad Radio said, preach it. Yeah, I'm streaming simultaneously to YouTube and Twitch. What are we saying? CDM 324, a dappled speed sensor. Is that just a sensor? Because I'm looking for like some way that I can get a speed reading off of the RC car, and I guess doing like a fixed, get like a yardstick and put a sensor on either end. Microwave module, Doppler radar. Now I just want this. Body induction single channel switch. What the fuck? Dude, I want it. What does it do? GPS tracker, but that might be too big. I know there are some GPS trackers that are very, very small. They get into what I did for a job a long time ago. Non-contact detection, moving object detection. Use Doppler radar technology compared with traditional infrared feeling PIR. Ooh, that would have been insidious if this stuff became low consumption penned. High let go microwave Doppler radar detector. Probe sensor module. It passed quality control. Whoa, 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 those are lyrics. Hold on. No lyrics. No lyrics. No, 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 no. We go way back on that. There we go. Ah, it's the whistling song. What do these do? Human presence radar sensor. Cool. RimWorld music, yeah. I had to choose something. I've been uninspired in what to play, and RimWorld doesn't get copyright struck. Even though right now only Twitch can hear the music. Those of you on YouTube cannot hear the music. It's not being broadcast to YouTube, but I've had so many troubles with my intros on the 165 videos that I still have to upload. 99% of them have intro music that's going to get flagged as copyright, and so I can't monetize anything. Not that I have that many viewers. I need 4,000 concurrent watch hours, and I've got like 400. As usual, I'm a factor of 10 short of what my goals technically are. Oh, that looks nice. I gotta get a new one. Ours is old as shit. .4 gigahertz. I don't know if that's 24 gigahertz. No, that's not going to interfere. Horizontal type 80, vertical direction, side lobe suppression. I mean, I can use a couple of photodiodes, to be honest, but this would be kind of fun. Microwave body induction. Oh, so it's for bodies. It's not for. I'm not the one doing the running. It's the RC car. Results were mixed. No pinout, no silk screen, no answers. Sorry, I had to burp. Educational science experiments found on YouTube, it falls short in practical application. To achieve a digital level signal, an additional circuit comprising of 2 op amps is necessary. Well, they come in packages of 2. I mean, come on. The product description could be enhanced by clearly stating this is required and providing guidance on usage. So apparently there's like no information at all on these things and people hate them. It looks kind of cool though. Get that little antenna ladder thing going on. Those little structures are, I used to have a guide for those on how you're supposed to build like those squares acting as resistors or capacitors. There are these circuit board level symbols that do the jobs of capacitors and resistors and things like that. It's pretty cool. I don't know where the guide went though. I don't remember any of it. So yeah, op amps are very necessary. We'll be looking at op amps today. This is all in the pursuit of enhancing my analog circuitry stuff. So it's M-World. Remember the game M-World? I remember M-World. What a game. I started playing Fallout 4, so I don't think I'm going to see the light of day anytime soon. The dog is luckily here to get me to actually touch grass periodically. But yeah, Fallout 4 is a major time sink. I put about 100 hours into it last time I played. and that didn't even scratch the surface. I basically went into the base building mechanic and lost everything else. So I'm gonna try being the important word here, to actually play like the plot of the game and do a minimal amount of building. Basically throw a bunch of cots into a shack and call that a sleeping city. They're all gonna live like they're trailer park boys, basically. So I'm gonna try to put that together for the base building, do it fast, and then get back to actual gameplay, right? Love to see the digital and the analog, so to speak, morph into one another. It's a tough thing though, because like, well, I mean, just like, you know, like the title insinuates, we are looking at runes and we are trying to determine what the aspirations of the person that made the circuit are, and figure out what our take on it's going to be and how we're going to accomplish what they're doing. And I think the way that at least the scope is going to work is that I'm just going to build exactly what Haji will build, because he did a good job doing the main quest of the Bethesda game. I know it's like for some reason they always think that the best way to tell their stories are linear. They think that in Fallout, of all places, you know, and like Skyrim as well is not immune to this. They're like, here's your linear story. You need to go here, 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 and here, and do this. And then the player's like, no. And then you run off in a direction. And that, for some reason, is like anathema. They hate that. They punish you for it. I mean, Fallout 3 was especially bad about this. You get to this room, they make you take Fox with you, and you're like, dude, you are completely immune to radiation. And this is the Spock room. Can you just go hit that button? And Fox is like, no, this is a journey that you must take yourself. And you're like, why? And you're like, all right, I guess I'll die. And so you die, and then Bethesda goes, oh, you little shits. You wanted to keep playing the game because it's a non-linear side quest kind of game that has all these really fun things to do that's not the main quest. Well, you guys fucking say, you little shits. And so they guilt you when you actually get the expansion pack for, this is Fallout. For Fallout 3, when you get the expansion pack, they guilt you. And I forgot about this. They're like, oh, you little baby, you little crying little shit-stained baby. Oh, you piss baby. You wanna go play the DLC, don't you? I guess we'll solve this for you. And you're like, what did I do? Like, what the fuck? Because Fallout 1 and 2 are great with their side quests. They're like, you know, here's a shopping list. Go figure it out. And you're like, cool. Like, yeah, this is great. I'm just gonna go figure out, you know, the vibe of this place and just kind of establish myself. And then, oh yeah, I had to do a main quest. That's how everybody treats every one of these Bethesda games. But Bethesda really wants you to go through this hallway. And we're like, no, we want to go the other way. We want to go backwards. We want to see what's back there. Fallout 4, Fallout 3, you know, where is my family member? My hair is killer. I don't know, man. It's really, really sloppy. Especially because I twirl my hair, and so this becomes real sloppy. I mean, I know it's like shiny and it's super soft and all that stuff, but like, I am allergic to scheduling, and so I don't know. I guess I could do ponytail at this point. I'm getting close to it. I could do this. Yeah, there's enough meat there, isn't there? Holy shit! When did that happen? I don't know. I don't know if I can tolerate this. I mean, something long hair. I got fed up with maintenance. I take a shower every morning. I mean, that's just something that I do to wake up. So back when I was going to the gym, I was taking a miniature cold shower, going to the gym, and then coming back and just basking in hell water for a little while until I felt okay. I got to get back to that. If I had kept up with that, I probably wouldn't be a perfectly spherical individual now. But yeah, so I'm dealing with Fallout 4, and hilariously, they put this whole base building mechanism into their game, and they still want you to be on this very linear storyline from point to point. It's very strange how they do this with all their games. The original Fallout feels, I mean, it's actually not based on D&D. It's like a slightly different D&D-like thing, but that's sort of what it's like. You have a story that's told sort of in the style of a game master who lets you just do whatever you want, and then sort of alters things or influences things just slightly in the background. Whereas the Bethesda games are like, I want to tell you this story, so you got to go here. Like, it's and then of course New Vegas does it in a little bit more the DM way, where you have something like an immersive simulator style thing where there's this world that's happening in spite of you, and you can influence it in ways and direct sort of the final outcomes. So that was very well received, and it was very Fallout-like. And then Bethesda went crunch, 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 toss that out. Let's go ahead and find a linear story where you try to find a family member. What is Fallout 76 like? I don't know what 76 is like plot-wise. I guess the plot probably shouldn't be so much of a cornerstone of sort of a game that they're trying to make an online experience store. But for a while, there were no NPCs, but I hear they've done a lot to Fallout 76 to kind of bring it up to speed. I hear they've done a lot, like a lot of good stuff. I got a gym membership today for my lady. Time to get back on the wagon. Yeah, you get off the wagon, you push the wagon. It's better. I've never played any Fallout games. I've not finished a lot of Fallout games because it's more fun to just go and find all the wacky shit. That's how I used to play Fallout 2. I think I did the plot like once in Fallout 2. So Fallout 3, I definitely did the plot because that was basically a linear story. New Vegas, I don't think I finished. No, I did. At one point, I did do the Hoover Dam thing. I did do that. So I have finished New Vegas. Fallout 4, I have not finished. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at now. I thought this was on my tablet screen for a second there, because the tablet over there, I'm like, how did that turn on? Just like going vault spelunking. Exactly. It's like you dungeon crawl the dungeon crawl. I got the recent-ish thing, the Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition. See, okay, so D&D games, like I love D&D. I loved watching it for a long time. I have only done 1 or 2 really drunken sessions of D&D where we just got rolled by the first monster that we found, but all of our stuff was funny. You know, like Star Sirius Laser was a spell. But I've tried Baldur's Gate. I've tried a couple other of those like strictly D&D mechanicked games. I finished New Vegas once after playing it so many times. Yeah, because you find cool little like contained stories within that world, which is why the Fallout show works so well. I mean, they have a bit of an overarching thing, but they are still like, it's still like a unique story contained within that world. And there's a lot of cool stories to tell in sort of such a loosey-goosey kind of setting as such as Fallout. My uncle, a math professor, was contracted to calculate the amount of concrete used in the Hoover Dam. So they say that number, it was him. Is that one of those things where they were like, just throw concrete at it until it's done? I wonder how many bodies are in that concrete. Jeez. Has the Hoover Dam fully hardened? I know it takes like decades for something like that. Still need to watch the show. Most people seem to like it. Yeah, I'm very much on board with the show. I like it a lot. I need to watch it another time. I fell asleep at certain parts during it. During my watch through, I fell asleep just because it was very cozy. It was a good show, and I was having fun. And then my body goes, "You gotta sleep." I was like, "Wait!" But I'm trying to log information. And nope. So I want to watch it again to get some of the stuff that I lost. Thou shalt get sidetracked by bullshit every goddamn time. That was in the show, I believe. There was a comment like that. They didn't try to retcon New Vegas. That's actually nerd rage and people not reading the media properly. People don't have any media literacy these days. So unless Todd Howard goes on screen and stares directly at the camera and goes, "This is New Vegas," everybody's going to think that they retcon New Vegas. The unreliable narrators are a thing in media, and they didn't do what everybody's saying. There was I think at the end of one of the episodes, they show a completely barren New Vegas, and there's no other information given. And so people are reading all kinds of stuff into that. Supposedly, and this is just a comment on the internet, I have literally nothing to back that up. The art director or something said it was, we just did something artsy for the end of the episode. Because they did it for so many other locations. At the end of each episode, they show like a dilapidated, empty, computer animated like spread of a city. You're like, oh, that's the LA airport and stuff like that. So react for me so I know how to feel. I can't believe things have gone woke. I'm still asleep. What does that word even mean? I hate the discourse. Bearded neckbeards, bearded fat guys on the internet being angry at stuff that is not that big of a deal. Like, I know they've ruined a lot of IPs by making The Witcher not quite The Witcher, and Game of Thrones took a spiraling fall down into uncreative writer zone. And all of that is valid criticism, but at the same time, it's not that big of a deal. Where's the fart box? It is currently under repair because I am turning that front end of interactivity in the shop. I'm making that into Node-RED. And so I've got all of these tutorials open on my computer behind me about Node-RED and bringing in that glorious node that's going to be able to take all of the stuff that Twitch does, maybe even stuff from YouTube, I don't know, and give a little bit of interactivity. What happened to Game of Thrones? Once they ran out of George R.R. Martin written books, they decided to become creative writers on their own. They didn't hack it. They didn't do very well. I think they had an outline impression of how everything was supposed to go down at the end of the series from GRRM, and they tried to get everything done way too clunkily. Characters were completely against their own motivations. Things didn't make sense. People teleported across Westeros, which was a very important thing to not have happen. GRRM's world is basically medieval America, and he loves football, so he loves the unpredictability of an actual like sports game. And so mix all that stuff in a pot, and you've got Game of Thrones. There is a supernatural threat. There is just an internal threat with everybody bickering against each other. And then I guess there's other weird stuff going on. But everything is happening all at once at the same time. And if somebody tries to get from place to place, it'll go off and tell a story elsewhere, come back to them on the way, go and tell a story elsewhere, come back to them just arriving. There's a real-time element to all of it. Would you like more time to flesh out the story? No. Were they asked if they wanted more time? Did they just get sick of making the show? They much like GRRM, became sick of their own IP. He's so sick of Game of Thrones that he will literally do anything else other than write it. Which, listen, I don't necessarily fault the guy for that. I mean, he has been that world for decades, and it finally got traction, and he got super rich and famous. And it's like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done. I cashed out. I already got everything done. But it would be nice if he would get those books done. I can't fault him, though. He's been working on that thing solidly for decades. They wanted a conclusion, and there's no such thing in Game of Thrones. That's true. I think he commented once that the ending was going to be bittersweet, which makes sense. And considering the bad reaction to the TV show's ending, I think GRRM looked at that and said, oh no, because he probably gave them an outline that ended in that manner. So whatever happened, whatever bullshit happened that was bad in the show would probably have been communicated over a larger amount of time and in more detail and with more precision in the actual books. I think it would be a good ending. What I heard, I stopped watching the show at a certain point. They started deviating so far from the books, I just went, you know what, I'm good on this. I don't need to keep watching it. But from what I understand of the ending, it probably would have been a very good ending if it had a little bit more time to breathe, right? Yeah, there would have been more meat to it. It would have made a little bit more sense. It would have been a bit more bittersweet. It would have gotten people talking, which is an important facet of the whole thing. It seemed condensed. Yeah, I didn't watch it, so I wouldn't know. I've just read a lot of discourse. That's what I do. I end up getting obsessed with an IP, and then I'll jump into the subreddit and read the entire subreddit until I've read all the top posts, I've read all the new posts, I've read all the rising posts, and then I keep reading about it. It's bad. It's real bad. I get real deep into stuff that way. I know more about it than I've actually spent time. I've read through Game of Thrones, I think, twice. Fully. And that was like 10 years ago. That was more than 10 years ago. That was about 10 years ago. And I probably could have read through it a couple more times if I didn't just keep reading about it. That's the problem with these fandoms, is that they're all fueled by vitriol. They want to get you engaged by getting you outraged, and reading drama is more fun than reading about something that's successful. Which is why Fallout is getting so many nerds nettled, because it's actually good. It's actually okay. Like, you can forgive some of its little stupidities. I would like to talk about them, but again, it's such a new IP that I'm not gonna go through that, because there's obviously people who've commented even just now have not watched the whole series, and you can't. The binge model is kind of annoying in that way. If it were individual episodes, we could talk about the individual episode that came out that week and what we think is going to happen, which is a nice buzz to have. Intellectual property, IP, yeah. Not IP address. Intellectual property is what I'm talking about. all these products. I guess it's the bridge between young adult novels and adult novels. They're all the same thing. These are all variations of Harry Potter. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be good at all. And even before I heard any discourse on it, I was like, oh, it's out. And so I went and I watched that first episode. And I was like, wow, I can't wait to see more of it come out. Oh, it's all out? And then I binged. Then I binged the whole thing. And unfortunately, I fell asleep in a couple places. So I'm going back, watching it again. I'll probably do that again like a third time. Then I could really formulate opinions on it. I don't feel like I've had exposure to it enough unless I get repeat viewings because I miss a lot. I miss a lot of stuff. Look at these two. Why don't you guys hug and kiss already? Come on, get on with it. We're all watching. All right. The diode ladder I have not finished yet. I need to hook this thing up to power lines and stuff. I have a feeling it'll work. It is a very sloppy circuit, so it's going to take me a little bit of resilience in order to get through it. I need to do my uploads, so that's going to be a big deal tomorrow. If we do a weekend stream, I am debating about whether or not I want to do a stream where I move all the cameras to this area right here, and we do a cleanup stream of that area of the shop. And so I go through all of my stuff, throw stuff out. Are you building a suit of power armor? Those looked real clunky in the show, didn't they? I mean, I guess they are. They're supposed to be a walking tank, which makes sense, and the movement, I guess, was like that. There were some effects that I wasn't too keen on, like flipping a power armor over was a little bit of a weird... It had a weird look to it, but, I mean, it works. It all works within the show. One thing that I can't stand is if you look at Fallout, the models of the people stretch when they get into power armor. It doesn't, the dimensions don't quite make sense. It's the same thing with like Warhammer. Warhammer, everybody's standing around like this. Like, oh my god, these shoulder things are so huge that I can't. If you put like a normal sized human in them, it's supposed to be in Warhammer, I guess they're genetically modified. I'm so sick of Warhammer. I'm sick of the death of Warhammer. Everybody loves it. Apparently they're all shooting it up into their veins. They're like, yeah, get that Warhammer. I'm not that big of a fan of Warhammer, man. I don't know. Some space fascism. I guess everybody's on Helldivers right now, though. When's that next IP coming around? I like the original Helldivers. I like Helldivers as an isometric game. I wish they had done isometric, but each individual person gets their own isometric. They did a cool third-person thing with it, though, and I applaud them. That's a very cool mechanic, and it's nice. And I love just that role-playing that Helldivers brings to the table. It's all sarcastic Verhoeven role-playing. Sorry. Warhammer seems very culty. It does. I like all the attention to detail in the model building facets of it, but other facets of it I'm not too keen on. I mean, comic nerds are gonna comic nerd, but I don't know. Also, you have to spend billions of dollars on a whole actual army, and they frown on 3D printing. Like, come on. But yeah, I don't know. More power to them, I guess. Can't wait to get home and play Helldivers. Everybody's doing it. Supposedly, they're going after a bounty of 2 billion bugs, and they made it in like 2 days. PAX Day is going to be the next thing in MMOs? 12 hours! Jacose's already plugged in. He's going to put 24 hours into it within 3 days. Or 1 day. Well, I'll wait to see, because I'm not gonna go in. I don't know what I was saying. I was gonna give you a smaller amount of time for more hours. I messed it up. I messed it up. I'm only human. And only half awake to boot. Yeah, it would have been funnier if I didn't mess it up. Okay. Well, you guys all read the title? You guys all read the title for today? I think it's very important to consider. Listen, electronics is not a bunch of hocus pocus. We are not wizards. We do not read giant tomes of coded information to extract spells. That's not what's going on here. And I don't know what you've seen or read, but that's just not the case. We don't look at runes in order to figure out functionality. That's not how it works. What I want to do today is I want to look up some circuits that might help us in the pursuit of modular synthesizer stuff. And I got this big fucking book. And like I said in the YouTube description, I'm not afraid to let it confuse me. So, looks like a spell tome to me. Well, it's not. It's not. It's not a spell tome. Anyway, let's look up a spell. So, what do we want to look up? I mean, first of all, we could just have fun looking at this big fucking book, because this is a cool giant book. This is a really awesome tome of reference circuits. What this is the Guidebook of Electronic Circuits. And all it says there is Marcus. And the spine damaged itself because I put it on a shelf. And in putting it on the shelf, all the pages, all the weight from the pages did that. I don't really know what I can do to correct that. I think I could put a vise on it and then maybe clamp that back like that and hold it there for a while. Op-amps doing integration is black. It is. It's a type of wizardry. So, we got to see what we can see in here. I mean, what kind of stuff are we looking up? There's all kinds of categories here, and the contents are really the king here. Now we've got a forward about the schematic symbols and what they are. This is basically, schematics are a communication tool, and while this thing has a bunch of circuits that do sort of fixed things, generally what you're trying to do in your schematic is you're starting from the upper left, you're going down to the lower right, and you are from left to right telling a story. You're trying to communicate to other engineers what precisely this thing does, and you do that through symbols, and the symbols represent different pieces of technology. A diode, for instance, is an arrow with a line on it, which represents 2 layers of silicon that block current unless you move a charge across it and it's able to conduct. Just get into bookbinding and rebind it. I'm not going to rebind a 1,064 page, oh, that's a good number. 1,064 page book. How are the PN junctions arranged? Mostly. Well, the P and the N represent doping, and technically positive, negative. And so with the negatively doped thing, you have electrons and actually, I think it's the other way around. You have an anode and cathode, P and N junction, and you have holes and electrons and charges, and the charges can move stuff around. It's complicated. You can look it up on Wikipedia. You'll find a pretty good source for that. But that's all the physics of it. We're interested in the meat and bones of it and what we can do with this stuff. I don't even know what that is. I've never used that before. What even is that? A, K, and G. What is it? What? I mean, like SCS, SCR, triac, diac. We know what those are. Those are AC switching devices. But like, well, not the SCR, but like sus. And it's got these weird pulls. A, K, and G. Okay, weird. So yeah, so schematic symbols will make or break the entire thing. Oh, look, we've got all our sources on here. It's almost like they're not trying to steal. So each chapter has a bunch of circuits in it, and these are just loosey-goosey guides. They just kind of tell you what types of circuits they are. They don't go too far into the functionality of it, just enough for you to kind of make an educated guess about what things are doing. Only a 12th level wizard knows these things. Hey, Madam, how's it going? So yeah, this book is interesting, and it's something that I stole. I mean, I got, and it sort of gives you a whole bunch of circuits in hopes that you get inspired off of them. Basically, it's like you're an engineer, you're sitting down, you're trying to solve a problem. You can look up your problem in here and see if you can find something that will suit your needs, like an amplifier that doesn't use an op amp. We're using a line. This is a line driver, transmission line transformer, low noise preamp. We have all kinds of stuff in here, and there's 1,000 pages of circuits. And you don't necessarily find what you're looking for when you look through here. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't get answered. What is this thing? Wait a minute. This looks like a lot of those modular synthesizer circuits with the two transistors. Oh no, not quite. No. What is this one supposed to do? It doesn't have a title. Darlington FET preamp. Okay, so these MOSFETs to do preamp. Taken for drivers Q3, Q4, forming constant current source. Okay, so it's a current source kind of thing. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I kind of want to find a circuit that we could try out, or maybe something that will inspire me in regards to the modular synthesizer circuits that we were working on, because we basically have modular synths were born from lab equipment. Well, yeah, actually, the Eurorack standard is also a form of I think it's telecom rack. I think telecommunications are mostly what inspires these things. Neutralized low drain maximum transit. What the fuck? Okay, 2 meter 40 watt single CTC transistor. What does that even mean? What does that even? It doesn't even tell me what the circuit is. I like this book. I would like to get a book stand for this book and put the book up on a book stand. This is a tome of ancient secrets. Actually, how ancient are these secrets? Let's check. Where's that going to be? Nope. It's going to be all the way in the front. God, it's got that old library smell to it, too. Books by John Marcus. Guidebook of Electronic Circuits. Kingsport Press. What do we got here? 1974. Copyright. Holy crap. Need to spend more time with tubes? I mean, I hope you like high current, high voltage. That's really where that... Audio control circuits. Don't mind if I do. What are these that I'm looking at? I think these are power supplies. We just open up to a random page and we find something fascinating. I burnt myself on a vacuum tube once. Audio control circuit, noise and rumble filter. Well, I want to make noise and rumble. This is the opposite. That was a good year. Let it ferment a bit and enhance that library scent. I know, I used to spend a lot of time in the library with the electronics section. Sometimes when they had it, looking up stuff like this. Vox. What exactly? Voice coil? Is that what that is? I'm gonna Google Vox. I'm gonna get a bunch of fucking cartoon shit. No, I'm gonna get Vox, the news agency. Vox the word. I'm gonna go dictionary and do Vox. Makes me happy to see this on Twitch. Hey, you know, if you have a giant... A device in a certain type of telecommunication equipment as telephone answering machines, such as, it just says as. What? Voice over X or something? Okay, voice to electronics. This is a terrible definition. Acronym voice operated. Oh, okay. I hate modern websites, I really do. All this crap on the screen. Okay. Box with fast CW break and designed for use in 9 megahertz transmitter requires positive Vox input to turn on Q1, Q2. What the fuck? It's just voice activated stuff? I know there was one that I saw the other night that was a voice activated like command thing, and I think that's how that 1970s Capsella robot, where here it is. I think this is how the Capsella voice activated thing worked, because that was back in the late 70s, I think, maybe 80s, early 80s, mid 80s, and it was voice activated, and it had certain commands that it could respond to. But like now I know that they didn't have the technology to interpret voice. They were doing this, which is voice control parameter extractor. So circuit is essentially an AD converter using IC logic to recognize a limited number of speech patterns based on amplitude, zero crossing, and positive derivative detectors. The circuit is independent of speech, with which word is pronounced. I read that, but it has absolutely no meaning in my mind. I know I need a ye olde dictionary. Has many limitations, presented as a basis for further research. So I guess what's happening is here is the inflections of your voice are going through the various parts of the circuit, and we'll find like a trigger at the end. Yeah, exactly. Is Vox Latin for voice? That sounds right, but I don't know enough to question it. That's a robot special mode. Yeah, so I've had this book for many years, and I figured it was time to pull it out and check it out, because this is a big, thick fucking book, and it's got all kinds of cool little circuit references in it. Obviously, if you were going to use this in a design, you would figure out how this thing is going to work. You have to do a little bit of reverse engineering, and then you can get into like redesigning it for your own purposes. I'm not the only one that sometimes reads something and come away with nothing. It's one of the symptoms of ADHD. But it's also something that people just do, which is a lot of ADHD is like amplifications of things that people just do anyway. So what is the deal with the copyright on here? This is copyright 1974. You guys, showing you guys the individual text is going to be kind of difficult to do as we move through, but I'll figure out a way to do it. Copyright 1974, McGraw-Hill, all rights reserved, printed in the United States of America. No part of this publication may be reduced. Well, that's the publication. Wait, reproduced, stored in retrieval system, or transmitted in any form by any means electronic. I mean, they're probably dead, right? If they're dead, can we transmit it electronically? Because I kind of already did this. I've been transmitting it electronically. Guys, I think I got to run for the cops. I think the cops are going to be after me. I should put on elevator music and put up a BRB. Call him the Popo. Actually, one of our neighbors is like a patent electronics lawyer. Electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise without the prior written permission of the publisher. Kingsport Press, huh? Credit Union. Public Library. Old Kingsport Press. Quebecois. Facebook. Quebecois World? What? Powerful Tennessee presence, publishing world for 50 years. The press was initially established in 1922 by Blair and Company in New York. Blah, 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 blah. Town site with John B. Dennis, chairman of the board. Kingsport's founder created the planned industrial community. What? Kingsport Press served as a catalyst for development and expansion, industrial stuff. Company began in 4 unused... Scroll. In April 2006... 2006? Oops, I don't have the computer review on this. In April 2006, Quebecois World... I don't think that's... Is that... Am I saying that right? It's Quebecois. I think it's Quebecois. I don't know. Announced that it would close the Kingsport Press plant by the 3rd quarter of that year. Tony Ross, that son of a bitch, director of communications, stated the decision to close the Kingsport's facility was based on many factors, including the changing needs of the publishing industry. They don't exist, so all bets are off. I am electronically distributing this material. And you can't stop me, Quebecois. Tabernac. No part of this publication will be reviewed in the publisher. Editors of this book were a bunch of dudes. Yeah, so I don't think. Oh, Library of Congress cataloging. So yeah, they can come at me, but I don't think they're gonna be able to. Frequency synthesizer circuits. That's page 42. 57, I'll go back a little bit. There's something else about having like all your circuits on a piece of paper like this, and I'm really glad that this book, this big fucking book that I got, this big fucking book has big schematics on each page. I mean, they tend to get a little bit more complicated. I don't think this is like a ramp up. They don't get more complicated as time goes on, but like some of them are pretty big and weird. But for the most part, this is like a book of inspiration. And in one of my previous jobs, you can guess which one, this was a good way to suss out how to write down the circuit so that people could understand what was going on. Page 42, that would be this one. Audio compressor circuits. Interesting. There's a whole bunch of different, like, what do you call it? Specialties, a whole bunch of different, the words aren't coming to me. There's a whole bunch of different schools of thought in this book, a whole bunch of different specialties in the electrical world. And modular synthesizers, not really such a huge thing in 1974 or whenever this was being written before that. So we're not going to find like specifically modular synthesizer stuff, but we could find like op-amp audio mixing or something of that nature. Some of these have like 18-volt power supplies and stuff like that, I've found. So I haven't been through this book too closely, and that's what we're doing today. We're kind of just going through this big, cool-looking book and figuring out what kind of stuff there is in here. Any mathematic type circuit, like a differentiator or integrator. Let's see. This is the kind of stuff, like I like going through this with chat and having you guys help inspire and influence me with my reading of this thing. So we're looking for like math, logic, measuring. Measuring circuits voltage might be something that we look at later. Medical circuits is something that I want to visit. Memory, metal detector, modem, modular. Wait a minute. Page 71. We'll come back to you. Or no, page 506. Multiplexer, multiplier, multivibrator. I was going to the wrong one. It's this one. There you go. I mean, you know, I've only got a certain number of holes. I mean, okay, let's move on. Music-controlled lights, navigation, noise. So multiplier is one of them for mathematics. Differentiator and integrator, I mean, those are components that do that. But if we can find maybe differentiator, differentiate, nope. Door lock. Noise sounds fun. What do we got? Integrator? Integrator circuits, let's start there. Page 370. That's a lot of pages that we're going through here. 219, 243, 285, 289. Was it 273? Was that the one? I forget. I actually forgot the number. I think it was 273. $370. $369. $370. Chapter 50. Integrator circuits. So what are we trying to do with an integrator? I know what a multivibrator is, and I've had one in me. Let's see. Provides range in period of 1 microsecond to 1 millisecond. What the hell? And so it gives little equations next to it too. So what is it? Output E0 1 over R1. Where the hell is R1? Right there. R1 times the time constant of C. Well, C. Is that? No, that's not it. Oh, 1 over R1C integrated over E of dt. Period select. I don't know what the fuck this thing's doing. This thing's crazy. Different. Let's go to a different one that will make me feel even less smart. Like I said, I'm not afraid to let this thing confuse the hell out of me. Inverting integrator. Frequency decade switch. Input from a comparator. Output to reference switch. Oh my god. You know, there is a part, it's an actual chip that will do audio, it'll do 7-band EQ from an audio input. I think it's MSG EQ7 is the name of the chip. And I've got a couple of them around, but output to reference switch and shaper and attenuator. Weird. I learned basic electricity going through A&P school, but this book makes me feel dumb. Yeah, it kind of assumes that you're an expert. It doesn't really walk you through anything. 450 kilohertz triangle with hysteresis switch. Jesus. What's up, Gonad? All right, so anyway, there's a whole chapter dedicated to integrators. My camera's falling very slowly, and it makes kind of a dynamic view. Okay. This is the big book of reference circuits. It is a big book. But it is not a tome. I'm not a wizard. These are not symbols that do magic. They're schematic symbols that do electronic wizardry that none of us properly understand. You see, it's totally different. It's completely different. So yeah, I mean, I guess some of the circuits can be considered to be doing just straight up math. Address of sorcerers. Oh boy. It's an amazing book. My friend has a copy. I've wanted to kind of sink my teeth into this book for a while. Ever since I stole it. I mean, you know, since I've had it. What entails hobby circuits at this point? This is all hobby. All of this stuff is hobby circuits. Wait a minute, what are hobby circuits? 344, did you steal stuff from the Hobbits? 344. Oh my god, there's so many pages of this fucking thing. This thing is 1,000, like 70 or 80 pages. I forgot the name, I forgot the number. 344. $344. This is a working book, and I'm not taking care of it. If you see me doing something that I shouldn't be doing with a book, you can tell me, but I'm going to ignore you. Because this is a book that is supposed to be destroyed. If this book is in tatters and it is destroyed, then it has served its purpose, and it has inspired many, many different circuits to be built. This is supposed to have coffee stains on it. $344. Chapter 46. Hobby circuits. Okay. Well, A&P is at least stuff enough. Oh, to know what a wire is and current that goes through it. I see what you mean, whatever the class is. You got to get the avionics from arcane stuff. So make more money and do much more grunty hands-on. I've been in avionics starting in 2005, but I've been a tech since long before that. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in avionics. I almost did a little bit of avionics testing up in Somersville, PA. The equivalent of microbiology. If you aren't using sorcery pull circuits out of the ether, then you're a noob. Ding. Nope, doesn't work that way. Step 1, plug your microwave transformer into the wall. That is what era this is from. This is a hobby circuit. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I've told you guys about this many, many different times. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You guys didn't believe me. Somebody actually questioned my authority the other day on this, and they were saying, no, they didn't encourage that even back then. Well, here you go. This is what section again? What section is this? What does that say right there? What is that word? That specific word that's right here, the one that I'm circling with the pin tool? What is this word? What does that entail? What does that imply about the person who's going to build this circuit? And then what is this just south of that title? In fact, it is the second circuit presented in the section with this word that tells us what's going on. What is this word implying? Is this implying that you're an expert that's ready to work with 117 volts AC? Not to mention, I mean, where are you going to get those extra 2 volts? I don't know. That's the sorcery. But still, what are they implying that you do? That you plug stuff directly into the wall and have a transformer on it? This is exactly what I'm talking about with this shit. This is not good. This should not be in the hobby circuit section. But then again, it's 1975 and we don't have low voltage digital electronics, it seems. Everything is analog. Babies are born ready to mess with 117. Give them a fork and let them ride, is what I say. Okay, where was I in reading chat? I got to catch up now that I've vented. It's implying to get it from Hobby Lobby. I don't think I've ever stepped foot in a Hobby Lobby. Hobby Lobby, blah, 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 blah. Probably average for then an ideal. No, there just wasn't much to do in 1974, and so everybody was sticking their dirty mitts into the wall sockets. We got much cooler stuff to do nowadays. Go to digital electronics. There's much better stuff to start out with. What the hell are we even doing here? Are we charging up a toothbrush? We have a random inductor that's sitting out here on the end of everything, and then we've got like what looks like a test point called M1. I got to figure out what that symbol is, but there's only one tiny little section where they talk about schematic symbols. They don't seem to have everything going on. Electronics were pretty far removed from wokeness. What does that sentence even mean? Electronics are woke. What is... Everything has lost meaning, hasn't it? All right, anyway. This is the kind of shit you do in a vault under the desert. I've wanted to figure out what the schematic was from the Fallout show, because they very initially in the first episode, they do show a schematic, and it looks like a cascade of vacuum tubes. So if I were to find something that looks very similar to that, which I've done in the past, I think it's tradition in animation that when they show like a schematic, they actually show a guitar amplifier. It's the same vacuum tube guitar amplifier. They did it in Adventure Time. There's a couple others that have shown schematics. The one in Futurama, because there's a bunch of mathematicians on the staff of Futurama, they at least know what a schematic is, and they made a comedy schematic that was meaningless. But in Adventure Time, they just took a guitar amplifier schematic. If I look up vacuum tube guitar, even just pedal, and then schematic, and we get this thing, and then if I do Adventure Time schematic, we get a bunch of bullshit that doesn't, it's actually, well, there's Fender Deluxe, but I don't think that was the one that was shown. There's an episode where they show a schematic, and unfortunately, gaming has ruined everything, and I can't just search it. Did I spell something wrong? Yeah. No, I think I got that right. Adventure Time. Yeah, it's second guess yourself when you're streaming. Huh, weird. I used to be able to Google image it and find it just fine, but now it's all Minecraft. And people trying to sell you stuff. I guess this is probably at the Fender Deluxe. Amp schematic in Adventure Time, yeah. So they showed this in one of the episodes. It was on a chalkboard. But in Fallout, I mean, it looked like a much more old school vacuum tube. Like there were banks of vacuum tube. So I don't know where they would have found that schematic, because it was a fairly comprehensive one too. I would like at some point to get a closer look and see if I can't figure out what it is. Because yeah, it looked more like telecom gear than it did your typical. That might have been that. Just put on a page. Might have been a little closer to that one. But I always find that interesting, and you know what the people who are doing the props of the show are looking for in order to represent, you know, this thing that doesn't have to be totally accurate. Sometimes they'll put like an Easter egg in something like that. Ones and zeros in the background are always translatable into something. And oftentimes they're, wait, you translated this? What's wrong with you? There's been a couple examples of that in the recent past where if you do the binary translation of what was on screen at the time, it makes fun of super fans for figuring this out. Arm focus camera. It's just because that's where my arm was to operate the mouse. What the hell is this thing? Ring counter makes dice. Q1, Q3, and Q4 form relaxation oscillators. I'm relaxed. I'm oscillating. I'm vibing. Feeds pulses to 6 lamp ring counter. What? When S1 is closed, when S1 is released, one of the lamps stays lit. Bam. Probably result in random, because probability of result is random because charging of capacitor C1 combines with 20 pp's rate of oscillator to make control on. It's like gibberish. I can't. To make control of on stage extremely difficult. So the control of the on stage is difficult because reasons. What the fuck? What does it mean? What's Q1? It's transistor Q1. This right here. Q1 and Q3. So Q1 is a SCR, a silicon control relay for like AC. What are we switching? Okay, positive 12 volts and ground. I don't think I have SCRs on hand. I don't think I have these, so we wouldn't really be able to build this. We have 12 volt lamps, which is really old school. You know, you could probably build this with diodes and you wouldn't need all these specialty switching things. All these diodes are, what is going on? So you flip the switch, you have a capacitor that charges. So this would start off as a short, and then it would become an open circuit when you release it. So 33K, that's a pretty strong pull-up, or pretty weak pull-up. The bigger the value, the weaker it is. So you get a weak amount of current going into a 50 to 60 microfarad capacitor. I don't really have a good impression of how quickly that charges. It probably charges and then holds when you release the button, it'll hold voltage here. This one starts as a short. So you have to hold it for a certain amount of time until it overcomes both of these capacitors. And then both of these capacitors are going to discharge through the SCR when it's activated. Oh, over a level, it'll get through and then activate the rest of the circuit. And the rest of the circuit does what? Has a 10K pull down in order to scrub this line. So we're putting whatever was in that capacitor and whatever is sitting on the R33 through here as triggered by that, I guess. And for some reason that oscillates. That's the best that I can make of this in the short amount of time that I have to analyze it. And then we get a first stage, a second stage, third, blah, 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 blah. And supposedly these are unstable and one of them triggers. So transistor gets switched, current goes down, this goes to positive in all of this stuff. And there's some kind of an unsettling element to it. And I guess whichever one goes off, it stays. Crazy. Theoretically, it's random as to which it can be on. You can potentially redesign this and not bother with the SCR, since those are pricey. Yeah, those are SCRs are a bit crazy. And they're kind of weird, like, right? Like, you pull this down to 5 volts, and you don't need SCRs all over the place. And you don't need filament lamps to light it up. Yeah, oh, there's much better ways to do this with CMOS. It's just the cool facet about this book is that everything is locked in 1974 technology, and so everything is analog. Everything's analog and switching and stuff like that. We're not just putting like you could probably buy a chip that's you know, is a pair of dice. Look at my randomizer pair of dice. This thing uses an atomic clock in order to be as random as possible. But instead, we put all this circuitry down. This is like, so a little while back, I had the pleasure of buying the second player controller, the second player Nintendo controller. I don't know what era you guys are from, but this is a big part of my childhood, is when you go over to somebody's house, and they give you the Player 2 controller. And the Player 2, often Super Nintendo controller, back in the Nintendo days, it was the one with the blue hexagonal touchpad. It's not hexagonal, it was like way more sides to that shape. And soda had been spilled on it, so everything was sticky and weird, right? It was this touch controller, and it had no feedback for what any of what you were doing was. It was impossible to control whatever game you were playing. I got one of those, and I took it apart, and it turns out that controller did something very special. And what it did was it used logic gates in order to make sure that you weren't hitting juxtaposed directions on the D-pad. So in Nintendo speedrunning, in regular Nintendo Famicom speedrunning, the hitting two directionals that are juxtaposed from one another is a way to glitch and do some special stuff. It's prevented by your button pusher having a very big like pivot in the middle of it, so you can't physically press both of them down at the same time. But that couldn't be part of a touch screen. It was a capacitive touch controller. You could press both of them at the same time to your heart's content. But then they had 7400 series logic on the back end of that, making sure that you couldn't do that. It was pretty crazy. But it was just 7400 series chips. It was just logic gates. So in the same way, like, this functionality could probably be done digitally very easily. But, you know, what is this? This is my tome of electronics. This is Guidebook of Electronic Circuits, and this was published in 1974 or 5 or whatever, somewhere around that era. And it's full of just these really neat little circuits that can inspire you on what to build. And so that's what we're looking for, because I've been doing this analog modular synthesizer crap, and it's starting to boil my brain. I'm the frog in the pot, and I've noticed that the water has started to boil. And so what I need to do is take a step back from that and just look at some stuff that I think is cool and just do something different with my stream for a little bit. Because I could sit here and do this for the next 2 months, and we would be stuck in breadboard land for that long. Yeah, it's always the Mad Catz knockoff with the turbo button that breaks the game. Violation of the highest degree. In an ET lab to have a drink just about anywhere near you. Put the drink on the floor. Oh my god. I don't know. Look, this book should be tattered and bruised. There should be pages taped back in it, but it's in pristine shape. I don't know if I probably will keep it that way, but it's like, you know, this is not a book to be preserved. This is just a guidebook of silly little electronic circuits that some asshole put together in the 1970s. I'm sure every single concept from this book has been done over and done better by a different circuit. But it's really fun to go through. So this one is a steam whistle. Oh dear God. That's it. That's my next modular synthesizer module. We're going to make a steam whistle. Combination of tone generator Q1, white noise source Q2. Oh. Well, and gating amplifier Q3 provides a signal stimulus. See, I have to paraphrase these because they're written in sort of a technical language, and it leaves out like the connective tissue of language that makes it easier to pay attention to. So that's technical writing for you. Combinations of tone generator Q1, white noise source Q2, and gating amplifier Q3 provides a signal simulating the attack and decay characteristics of a locomotive steam whistle. Try several 2N2712 transistors for Q2. If the first one does not work as a noise source, the values of C1, C2, and C3 should be bleh, to give a high-pitched screech of European trains, or what is it, 100, the 500ths of a micro, 500, bleh, 0.05 microfarad for throaty roar, for the throaty roar of an American freight train. So values of C1, C2, and C3 should be measly and tiny and weak to give the high-pitched screech of the filthy European trains, or a big girthy 0.05 microfarad for the throaty roar of an illustrious American freight train. There's some authorship bias in here. There's a little bit of bias. I'm seeing some bias here. I'm seeing a little bit of bias. The value of R9 determines the amount of steam hiss. There's a sentence I never thought I'd read. Use with any audio amplifier, especially a loudspeaker, so your family can really appreciate your electronics hobby. Honey, honey, come quick. No, put the baby down. Come quick. It's okay, it's okay. Just turn off whatever you're working on. Come here, come on. Look what I made. It's a screeching European train whistle. But there's no steam. There's no steam, honey. Honey, why are you getting a suitcase? What's going on? Can't you hear that the train is coming? God. This is what constitutes a hobby circuit, is screeching your family out of existence. But yeah, what they're doing is they're relying on the leakage of the transistor, which we've seen in a couple circuits. The Mutable Instruments Kinks actually uses this noise coming from the leakage of a transistor. So you get the leakage of a transistor and you amplify it, and that'll give you a noise source, a particular noise source. And then of course they're doing some dynamics with it. They're doing a couple things with charging capacitors and releasing them in order to give it like an attack and decay. This is an alienating circuit. You do not build this one. You don't build this. Like, you can sit there with your little conductor hat on and like a speaker, but you better be working in the garage and not the main household. What do the wibble wobble zigzag lines mean? Those are resistors. So traditionally you would have like wire wound resistors, and actually if you're getting into like hyper precise resistors, I'm gonna put moisturizer on my hands. One sec, I'm like super dry. I'm gonna get some moisturizer here, chat. You're not allowed to see that. Not allowed to see that. This is too salacious for Twitch. You know, the big book of screeching circuits, that's fine. It's just the moisturizing. The wibbly lines, traditionally with electronics, you would make a resistor out of a bunch of wire. And so that bunch of wire has resistance properties to it. So the more wire you put down, the greater the resistance is. So in turn, the American symbol for a resistor, and you know, we invented electronics. We invented electricity and electronics. Ben Franklin went, fuck you, Europe, and invented electronics, and then he scarpered off to France to father like 250,000 children. Anyway, the point is, the wibbly line has stuck for American schematics. European schematics just put a box, which is easier to draw. So either a box or a wibbly line represents a resistor. I would prefer if we went away from the wibbly line, because the wibbly line makes everything look very sloppy. While I don't mind a sloppy schematic, the box is nice and neat and clean. And then the other thing is, in European schematics, you will get 4K7 instead of 4.7K, which I guess if you're trying to save ink because you're a poor European, that works out. You don't have to write the dot. And the dot can be a little bit ambiguous, especially when things are photocopied or handwritten. So this OnlyFans stream is popping off. This is like a gross thing of dry skin. I really wanted to get rid of this, but I guess it's sticking with me. It's because of my hell water showers. Okay, anyway, what's next? Random blinks and squeals. Okay, we're not... Listen. Who are you? Who are you again? editors. Marcus, can we have a talk? I think your family hates you. I think your family hates you. Honey, come quick. Look what I made. Wee, 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 blink, blink, blink. Wee, blink, wee, blink. That's great, honey. You say this is going to pay the bills? Neons mounted on a box, blink on and off at a random rate, with each turn on accompanied by a randomly changing soft glide tone. Current drain is so low that batteries should last several months. Honey, I've got great news. I've got great news about the blinking, squealing thing that I put on the fridge. If using 1.5 volt AA's for B2 and B3 with RCA VS-90, B1, use 2 or 3 inch 8.0 miniature speaker. If necessary, increase or decrease R19 and 20% steps to make the tone generator fire in step with the lamps. This was a technical stepping stone to the fart box. I'm sorry, but I used a random function in the Arduino, which uses an analog input. These are like terroristic fucking circuits here. Why would you do this? Boy, oh boy. Okay, what's next in this hellish lineup of things? Okay, model train speed control. That seems a little bit more reasonable. Varies the rate at which pulses are applied to a small permanent magnet motor to hold speed constant. Okay, so this is essentially a PWM motor controller that's using opposed transistors. Let's read what it actually does. TR1, TR2, TR5, and TR9 should be very high gain silicon transistors above 200, and then 3090 transistors are general purpose silicon wattage of lamp, depending on maximum motor load, in a range from 5 to 20 watts. Typical model. So usually they would, in the old school, like railroad stuff, they would use like a rheostat instead of something that's pulsing. How to drive your siblings absolutely crazy. I know, right? And you got a fixed DC motor down here, and then some kind of a... See, when you see transistors that are opposed like this, it's doing some kind of a, like an oscillation where one activates the other, and then it goes back and forth activating. But I'm not about to suss out exactly how this thing fucking works. I'm wondering where that symbol, that sus symbol, is actually used in this book. Oh, speak of the devil, baseball velocity timer. How would you figure out if this thing is accurate? You'd have to get your 1975 Buick and drive it down the road. If a ball is thrown with sufficient accuracy to break 2 vertically mounted strips of tinfoil. Oh, that's kind of cool. So before the advent of photodiodes, see, this would be better done in photodiodes. Photodiodes would do a much better job of this kind of circuit. We were looking at that earlier today, but instead you don't have that, so you use pieces of tinfoil that you throw a ball through, and then you have to calibrate that somehow. So all we're doing is what? 2 vertically mounted strips of tinfoil, spaced 2 feet apart. The time in between interruptions of circuits is indicated by the velocity on meter Q1. Q1 is what? Is it a current or an amp? I guess it's a voltage, rather. Article covers construction, calibration. Oh, you have to... Wait, article? Oh, you have to look it up. Baseball velocity timer, science and electronics, June to July of 1969. This book is amazing. It's pretty crazy, right? It's a big fucking book. It's a big book. We're going to take a look at some of these circuits and see if we can find anything, but... Rifle range. Bell sounds when flashlight on toy rifle hits bullseye photo tube on target. Not quite the Nintendo Power Blaster. Wait, is that a freaking vacuum tube? What are we doing with... We're using 120 volts, well, 117 volts, and a transistor and a vacuum tube. That's a bit much. 1971. Easy entertainment and science projects. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. So we got a relay in there that gets triggered, and the vacuum tube is just looking for whatever the hell that thing is. Bullseye photo tube. So it's a photo tube. Fascinating. Squealing box. I'm telling you guys, this guy just had it out for his family. Like, did he hate them? I don't even know if he had a family. I just think it's very funny that, oh, Dad's in the garage again, making a bunch of screeching noises. Why do you make so many of these? Squealing box circuit is mounted in a box having holes for the speaker with only a button on the switch projecting. Off switch is concealed inside for operation with nail pushed through correct hole in housing. Button is labeled do not touch. When pushed, the oscillator cannot be stopped. This is evil. This is evil. So this is an SCR switch that has a specific off state. SCRs will switch and hold. That's one of the properties that they have. You need to give them an off signal, like a strong one. Otherwise, they'll stay switched as that flow is triggered. But like, this is evil. I did something like this. I bought a 150 decibel siren from Radio Shack, and I put it on a big yellow canvas that in black letters, huge black letters, said do not touch. And then right in the middle with a blue LED, which were pretty new at the time, it had a little button, a little square button that said press here. And it was just, that was it. Just completely unambiguous. Everything is just sitting there. Press here, do not touch, conflicting instructions. And when you push the button, it wasn't like this. It was only a momentary contact, but it would set off that wee-oo siren. And so I thought that it would be a nice little commentary on people fucking touching my other art projects, because they would constantly be poking them. When it was like a little screen thing on a canvas of electronics collage, and people kept poking it. And so I made that in response to that, and it became a contest for people in the hallway, for kids in the hallway. They would press it and hold it as long as they could tolerate. Touch button squealing box. Okay, this one doesn't even use button. This one just uses capacitive touch. It's getting more evil. This guy has some problems, I think. Touching insulated on terminal marked do not touch latches the SCR on terminal. So all you have to do, oh, this would have been more clever if I had this. And for that off circuit, you could probably do something with capacitance in order to switch it after a certain amount of time. But if you press it, if you have a piece of metal that this thing is connected to and you press it, it's going to change the properties here and allow something to happen that'll switch this SCR. Whereas before we actually had a button to ground, we have instead your own skin resistance to ground to trigger this thing. Use as a party novelty. Oh, what did you bring this time? We were just going to watch the football game. No, seriously, touch this. I don't want to listen to screeching noises, Bob. Why have you brought this to my house? What have I said about these little bullshit things you keep bringing over? Can you figure out how to turn it off? No, I just want peace and quiet. What is your problem? Oh, here we are again. Here we are again. Oh no, that's the rifle range bell. We already looked at that one. Slot car control. All right, that's a little easier. So instead of just using a big rheostat, speed control, 2 potentiometers, and we've got basically another PWM circuit. Provides complete control of slot car at speeds ranging from slow crawl to all out by pushing drive motor. Wait, if you're pushing it, then why are you... includes an electronic braking. Oh, really? Provides optimum motor torque at all speeds. Power pack is conventional DC power supply sold for slot cars. So it's a power transformer, 6.3 volts, secondary, 0.6 amps. Not even an amp. 2069 will control any other small DC motor. Requires up to 30 volts. What? Oh, 30 volt motor. And more than 4 amp. BC shown. Modern slot car controller. Popular electronics. So this guy is sourcing these circuits from all kinds of magazines and stuff. But it looks like what's happening here is we are what? What are we doing? I mean, we're like changing the amount of resistance here. And I guess that's doing something with the capacitors and switching eventually this thing. But electronic braking. Huh. Craziness. All right, that one's one of the more innocuous ones. Oh, here we go again with these circuits, man. Bell tone generator. Hey, you guys hear that ringing? Everyone's sick of his shit. Everyone is sick of this guy's shit at this point. Low frequency, astable astable multi-vibrator. Ah, there we go. That's how you do multi-vibrator. What the hell is this? Q1 modulates 700 hertz reaction on 700 hertz is it's kind of annoying to give a bell-like sound with sharply rising and falling pitch. Use a cheap 3-inch replacement speaker to get the desired tinny sound. It's pronounced astable. Oh, it's an astable multi-vibrator. Yeah, okay. R3 for most pleasing effect. Well, it's not a terrible circuit to build. That's kind of an easy one. 1 in 98 I don't really know about. And that's 9-volt source. I don't know why we're going through a coil to get to the speaker, but speaker's just another coil. What are we doing here? Many windings, few windings. So I guess we're lowering the voltage and boosting the current. Is that correct? Did I do that in the right way? Yeah, I think I did. 1C tank? Huh. Huh, so that's a bell noise maker. Boy, could I make some weird stuff with this. Model train control, not really interested in this. This is just it's not even an H bridge. We're taking AC in and then we're rectifying it. So this is a full bridge rectifier. And then speed, and then the maximum speed can be, yeah, we're just transistor amplifying. But we are going into an SCR. Why do we have an SCR? Whatever, doesn't matter. Too many model trains. Photoelectric finish line. Hey, here we go. We're finally using diodes, although we're putting lamps against diodes. This is in Popular Electronics, huh? Which of 2 slot cars is the winner? So this is a little circuit that you put together on perf board, and then you attach it to your slot car table, and you race it once, it goes back away into the closet where it breaks, and the next time you take it out, your little finish line no longer works. Although you could probably mount it to a little piece of poster board and maybe it wouldn't blow up when you try to pack it away in the closet, but you know, like a tennis racket is going to hit that thing and blow it up when it's sitting in idle in the basement. So what are we doing here? We've got photoresistors, which are actually very useful in the music world because you put a lamp and a photoresistor together and it creates sort of a gate. What kind of thing does it do? Wait, what does it do again? It's like a little isolation thing that gives you a little, I don't know, compression, I guess. I'm trying to remember. So we're using a comparator in order to figure out which one wins. And I guess you have 2 output. Well, but you're looking for whichever slot car. Well, let's read. Which of the 2 slot cars is the winner, even if cars are only 1/32 of an inch apart? That's not that great of a distance. Hold on. 132 inch in millimeter. 132 inch in millimeter. There's a Vactrol is the name for it. So that's 3/4 of a millimeter. So it's pretty small. It's 3/4 of a millimeter, 0.79, 0.8 of a millimeter, which I guess is not 3/4, but I was rounding. When the light is interrupted by a winning car. When the light is interrupted by the winning car, this circuit is automatically deactivated and the SCR turns on the pilot lamp for the winning track. Yeah, so I guess this would be in a location where the car would run over it. I mean, there's 2 here, and you would have to drill them pretty precisely aligned with one another for it to be legitimate. I guess you could do, yeah, you'd have to have a little tiny hole in 2 parts of the track, glue these 2 in, hook it up to your circuit, and then have the lamp indicator elsewhere. There are many, many other ways to do this, but this one's pretty cute. Because you need like this specific comparator, I guess. And I don't know, that's a little wild. But this, I guess, activates whichever one is the correct one. Huh. This is practically using an ASIC. Who has this kind of thing lying around? CA3018. Let's see how much that is. CA3018. Integrated circuit transistor array. Integrated circuit consists of 4 silicon epitaxial transistors produced by a monolithic I don't care how you built it. What does it do? In which closely matched device characteristics are required. Number of active devices must... Oh God, what the hell? Circuit applications. The applications for the blah 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 are many and varied. Oh, that's very nice. This is a grade school book report. The typical applications discussed in this application notes have been selected. Video amplifiers, broadband video amplifiers. I don't even know if this is the right chip. This seems like pretty specialty. It's 4 transistors in a package. So that's this. What the heck? Why would you draw it with a triangle around it? That is a strange thing. $6. 27? Jeez. Yeah, fairly obsolete though. There's better ways to do this. It's 4 transistors in a trench coat. Yeah, basically. All right. We're looking at hobby circuits because these are funny. There's some funny things here. Seeing as we are the future man in which all of the popular electronics or popular science books think we're going to be using our video stuff to communicate with each other, which is totally ludicrous. There are not going to be video displays on everything in the future. But anyway, these are fun because they're from the 70s, and electronics was pretty analog back then, as we're learning. Logic gates were barely a thing at that time, and so a lot of these hobby circuits use some very rudimentary methodology in order to put stuff together. Now, some of this stuff is caked into the sort of collective methodology of building things now, and some of it is kind of kitschy and niche and kept around because, for instance, with audio stuff, the old stuff has a particular sound to it. What are better ways to do this? I mean, like, fuck's sake, like if you wanted to do a little race car timer, you could get an Arduino kit and you could go so far as to put a screen that says track 1 wins, and you could have a little light flash. You could do all that digitally, and you could do photoresistors are slow to react, so you do it with a photodiode, and suddenly you have instant detection, and you get to learn a little bit about coding in the process, and you don't have to hook it up to a 13.5 volt battery. Why 13.5? Why are these so cursed? A mosquito repeller that uses an 8-ohm earpiece. 22.5 volt battery. Why do they use these weird fucking batteries? It's like they have a contest to have the most cursed voltage. Transistor diode logic is fun. It sounds very complicated and parts heavy. What did you miss? This fucking guy. We're starting to realize that Marcus here might be having some marital problems because he keeps creating screeching devices. Screeching devices. Everything has to screech in some way, shape, or form around this frickin' guy. Everything screeches. 1975, I believe. John Marcus. I mean, all John Marcus did was put these things together, but I mean, put all the circuits into a publication. Copyright 1974. Yeah, maybe he was trying to replicate his wife by putting a bunch of circuits together that made screeching noises. Wife jokes! Welcome to Boomer Humor. Ugh. Haha! Don't you hate wife? I Boomer. Funny, funny. Dice display. I built most of the circuits in these circuits in the late 80s from a project kit that mysteriously disappeared one night. Honey, wake up quick. Come on downstairs, come on, wake up, come on downstairs. I know, it's late, but check it out. I finally finished my electric fence. My drip sounder. Listen, honey, listen, look. Look, it sounds like a dripping faucet. Wake up. Dice display, diode transistor encoder when used with 6-stage trigger ring, counter driven by push button. There's a lot of like connective tissue that's been taken out of this language, and it makes it kind of hard because you'll stumble into the next set of things that you're supposed to like have a pause before. A lot of these circuits can be built today because a lot of these components are what are called jelly bean components. Jelly bean components are like, you know, everybody has jelly beans. People don't just have jelly beans. Why are they called jelly bean components? People don't just have jelly beans. Who has like just jelly beans? Do you have jelly beans, you fucking psycho? Anyway, jelly bean components are components that are common, right? They function well enough for what we typically do in electronics. So if you want, I want a transistor to switch something, you 2N2222 or a 2N3904, they do just about the same thing. If you get into the weeds on some of the components, you're looking to like amplify things, you need to find a component that is very comparable to another component, but there are a lot of jelly bean components. I need an LED. I've got just a generic LED that I can put in. It's 0.7 volt drop across the diode substrate. So those are jelly bean components. And a lot of these circuits in this book, well, they vary. They do vary. Some of them use components that are from 1974. That you cannot find anymore. It's never quite that cut and dry because a lot of these are using like transistors to do X. And so when you figure out what X is, if you're amplifying in a particular way, you might be able to find a modern equivalent circuit to that one, or it might just be a jelly bean component and you can just throw it in. Resistors have always been resistors. You can always just use whatever value resistors, right? And then things like capacitors and things like that, none of those are too specialty. It's the chips that we're really looking at. Like if there's a specific chip or like that one that we looked at that was 4 transistors, you can find something equivalent to that these days. Next time my mom has an old lady party, I'm going to replace the jelly beans with a bowl of diodes and transistors. All right, you do that. Have fun. There you go. So it's tough to tell. Take it by circuit basis. A lot of these were from magazines. Electronic Dice, Electronics World, February 1970. So a lot of these are from like electronics publications, and who knows what was in vogue at the time that they built this circuit. These are shown as just regular old transistors. All diodes are DHD805, so you'd have to look that up, or 1N914. So 1N914 is very common. 2N5358, not really sure. Lamps are lamps. You know, you would want diodes in here, but I don't know if you could do positive 12 volts because these lamps are, yeah, higher voltage. Resistors, 1K, 1/2 watt, that's easy enough. They don't really mention, well, 2N5354. I bet you could find 2N5354s anywhere. Triodes and pentodes. I don't think we're doing anything like that. This one appears to be just like logic. We're just putting together kind of logic on this. Connect each to C1 3Y gates in place of a number 53 lamp. What? A lot of lamps in this. I guess the light emitting diode is not as common in 1974. This is definitely one that I don't want to have anything to do with. There's no mention of power anywhere. There it is, 6 volts. 6 volts through a transistor on a low number of coils into a high number of coils. So we're making a high voltage here. Yeah, every now and then there's a tube circuit in here. 7400 series is 5-volt logic chips. Those came about a little bit later on than this book. Otherwise, most of these would be logic circuits. Battery-operated circuit operates with any good power transistor. Great, let's just get a battery-operated thing that we can hook up to any old fence to electrify it. That sounds great. They might actually mean ground here. They might mean you put a wire into the ground in order to operate your electric fence. This may be the most literal use of a ground symbol that I've ever seen. Can also be connected to a garbage can to discourage raids by dogs. I think this guy lives in Fallout. I think he's actually Fallout. If you have raiders at your encampment, here's how to make an electric fence out of some bottle caps and a few components that you can find in your Mr. Handy. Disconnect before garbage man comes. You know, me too, man, me too. Electrified fence, Popular Electronics, February 1967. Arrested. They need to add arrest dates to these. I need to know when this guy was arrested. When was this guy arrested? We gotta look him up and see what he did, what crimes he committed. Drip drip sounder to make somebody crazy. I think we already looked at this, but we didn't look closely. Include breaking apartment lease, annoying obnoxious neighbor, and prevent. Applications include breaking apartment lease, annoying obnoxious neighbor, and preventing someone from falling asleep. Who hurt you? Howard W. Sams of Indianapolis, Indiana. Well, maybe that's just all that there is to it. Maybe just being in Indiana for any significant point of time. Howard W. Sims, who hurt you? Yeah, breaking law and torture. I guess torturing is breaking the law. Similar to a metronome, use a higher battery voltage if louder dripping sounds is required. How would you do this? From 3.2 ohm PM speaker, L1 is 100 millihenry of choke. Yeah, I'm sure you're thinking about choking quite a bit. Howard W. Sams. Oh, it's actually R.M. Brown and T. It took 2 people to come up with this crap. All right, let's move on. Enough of the drip drip generator. 1962, about making money in TV servicing and avoiding financial pitfalls. Didn't do too well. For a little bit. I mean, in 1962, TVs were going to be tubes for a while. What the hell is this thing? Oh, another model train controller. We're in the hobby section of the tome, of the 1,000-page tome of symbols and schematics. And so far, we've run into every kind of annoying buzzer that exists. This is the Marcus Guidebook of Electronic Circuits. And actually, we learned that Marcus just went around and got a bunch of these circuits from magazines. And so we're no longer blaming Marcus for having... Well, actually, we can still blame Marcus for having 15 different types of buzzer and annoying noisemaker in his hobby section. Electronics annoying people, trains, occasionally slot cars. I had slot car races. Blame him for the plagiarism. It's not plagiarism. He's giving credit right here. God, the internet does not understand how plagiarism works these days. And they just don't, like, oh man, the discourse after that one video from H-Bomber guy, and people still not understanding how doing a plagiarism works. It means you are taking credit for somebody else's work. And so you're presenting it in such a way as to circumvent credit to somebody else. Whereas in this book, every single one has a source under it. Popular Electronics, March 1971, which is why I said what I said about not blaming Marcus at this point, because he's not necessarily the one that came up with these circuits, though he is the one that put them all together in a giant book, which is why we can kind of blame Marcus for being a bit of a psychopath. He probably went through a little bit of a dark time in order to find the drip drip sounder. as well as the electrified fence and put that all into the thing. That's literally what I'm saying. I'm saying that. All right, we got a couple fish collars and then a motorboat sound generator. Marcus, what is wrong with you? Don't whiz on the electric fence. Fish collar, based on hopeful theory that fish will be attracted by strange underwater noise. This is another fucking noisemaker. It's another weird noisemaker. I would not like to be anywhere near this person's electronics lab. Dude, I made the coolest thing. No, you didn't. You made another noisemaker, didn't you? Well, but this is a underwater noisemaker, you see. You see, it's for water. Hopeful theory, so not true at all, I suppose. What would be the fish finder noise is if you made the noise of rain, as per underwater. You gotta choose one to build. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to source all these parts in a timely manner. I think it might be a disaster. It's more fun going through these and coming up with pet theories about who hurt Mr. Marcus. This one is a fish collar crystal earphone. What the? Piezoelectric? Makes clicking sound that attracts fish. Placed in plastic bag or other waterproof container and lower over side of boat. I feel like this guy's putting a lot of electronics in his ex-wife's house. Can we check to see if there's an ex-wife and if she was checked into an institution? T1 should be thumb-sized sub-miniature output transformer for transistors. That's kind of hard to find, I think. You can probably find them in, like, Telcom. I think 500 ohms center tapped primary. That's such a specific transistor that it's going to be kind of difficult to find. I think maybe if you took apart enough, like, old-timey phones. Yeah, these come with a lot of electronics kits. They're the, like, really uncomfortable, but it's like the hard plastic 1960s style earpiece that has a piezoelectric element inside of it. Google the author, that maybe there's a picture of him. I don't want to get too far into the weeds in this whole, like, coming up with a persona for this guy, because I don't want to actually, like, construe any of this stuff as an attack. This is all just me having fun with the content of the book. I don't want to necessarily put a face to him. It's fun putting a face to some of the other, like, industrial electronics guys, because sometimes they look the part, like, directly, but I don't want to necessarily, like, let's hunt this guy down. Like, no. I do want to find out his arrest record, though. Motorboat sound generator. Well, that's just me at a party. Designed to be installed in a model boat powered by electronic motor. What even is the point? What the hell? What is this? What is this? Hey, did you hear my toy boat? I actually made it. Sorry, I got to get more into the adenoids in order to... Did you hear my electric boat? To provide sound of the motorboat engine for added realism. There's no input from the motor controller on your toy motorboat. So how do it know what throttle? Maybe that's what... That's a... Oh, 4.1... 4.5 volts DC. Like, all these fucking circuits show a battery as a voltage source. And then they ask for this really fucking weird voltage, right? Really weird voltages. I'm speechless. Like, all these weird voltages in these circuits. And, like... what do you want me to put my variable power supply in with it for your 13.24 volts? I know 4.5 is three AA batteries, but you're putting 3 AA batteries into your toy boat into your toy. Oh, I guess you hook this up to the servo, huh? I don't know what the state of motorboats was in 1970, but nowadays you don't need a motor sound. Those things go freaking fast, if evidenced even in the slightest by the motors that I bought for the 124th RC car. It's like the least weird one so far. Yeah, but I mean like 4 1/2. Why are you writing it like that? Very hack gatekeeping. 9 to 25 volts. 2 1.5 volt batteries, that's fine. 3 volts, acceptable. 1.5 volt DC. 1 AA battery. Six volts. So most of these are doing okay, actually, but some of them have just really cursed. 3-tone doorbell. Why are there 3? Oh, each bell has a different tone. Hep, 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 hep. Distinctly different audio tones from speakers for identifying door. At which button? Distinctively different audio tones. You mean different frequency audio tones? Because there's nothing here that's doing anything more special than just letting a little bit more current through from your 9 to 25 volts. GE7, where were we looking? SP1, T1. Oh, GE7. Ooh, that's a weird one. It's a transistor. I don't know what the specs are. I guess we're dealing with a 4-volt system, so you'd probably have to look up the article in order to get more information. Identifying door at which button is pushed can be expanded to serve as toy organ. What? Is this the very first stylophone? Used to sell those types as do-it-yourself kits at Radio Shack. Yeah, there were a bunch of little like little circuits you could build from Radio Shack that are like these. This is the hobby section, by the way. I'm moving the YouTube window over and then getting my Twitch window with the bitrate on it over here. Germanium? Oi, germanium. Hold on, I gotta get the YouTube video back. What is the other sections? We'll get there. I want to look at the hobby stuff. I want to actually like take a deep dive into the hobby stuff and see what's here because they're funny. Oh, an actual fish finder. 2,000 ohm thermistor. Wait, huh? A thermistor at the end of a 60-foot length of speaker wire is connected into one leg of a Wheatstone bridge powered by astable It's an astable multi-vibrator. These guys are all about their multi-vibrators. I think they're kind of freaky. Q4, Q5, 3-transistor audio amplifier and speaker make unbalance of bridge audible as thermistor probe is moved through thermocline. Thermocline, where water temperature drops markedly within a few feet of depth. Fish tend to congregate at this depth. Oh, jeez. So we're looking, this is a cold water detector. You imagine the adenoids on the person that would bring that out on a fishing trip? Oi, fish tend to pool in this temperature of water. Oh, I lost my accent, just died. In this temperature of water, I can't say it. Yeah, fish tend to pool at this particular temperature of water. I read this in a magazine for electronics. So all we have to do is listen to when it changes. And if I just put this handy little screech generator in the water, we should be swimming in fish. No, I totally lost my just kind of died at that point. No. No. Anyway, all right. Fish tend to congregate at a cooler depth. So what happens is this makes, they make an unbalanced grid of audio. So like, does it screech? Is this just the screecher hooked up to a temperature sensor? What is it going to sound like? That's a weird one. I guess fish like coolness. We're still, oh no, now we're on IF amplifier circuits. Okay, everything got boring again. All right, let's go back to the index then. So if you guys don't know, what we're doing is we're looking through this big effing book. This big effing book is a guidebook of electronic circuits, because in the efforts to do the modular synthesizer stuff, I ran into a wall, and the wall was my own ability to be clever with circuit structures. We kind of ran into a thing where we had this offset positive waveform that I then tried to put through an inverting amplifier. Actually, I tried to put it through a non-inverting amplifier, and it just plain didn't work, right? And so I need to get a little inspiration here. I wanted to look up some stuff, and in order to get inspiration without just doing a Google search, because Google's fucking useless these days, I decided to grab this big fucking book that's been sitting on the shelf so long that it is actually deformed due to the weight of the pages. The book itself has almost destroyed itself by the weight of the pages. So I need to do a little book repair on this thing when I'm done, but well, that just broke a bunch of stuff. Look at what it did to our waveform. Fixed it. So yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have a 60-foot wire, and I'm gonna put, yeah, all kinds of stuff on it. Is this too bright? Why is this so bright? I think it's because this is dark. Yeah, that's why. So yeah, we're just looking up stuff on the pages of this 1974 book of circuits. There's nothing too crazy inside of here, but it is fun to think of it as a tome full of runes and circuit structures that are once forgotten by the annals of history. There's a bunch of cool stuff in here, and it's in big font, and it uses old school analog stuff. You're not going to find, oh, just put an Arduino in here to flash your LED. Let's look up LED flashing circuits. Wait, they didn't even have them then. Let's see if there's anything about LEDs. If I find a section on IEDs, I'm going to be kind of incensed. I wouldn't put it past Marcus. Marcus is building every type of screeching buzzer available to him. So we had a couple things that laser circuits. I have a feeling that laser diodes were not such a thing in 1974. In fact, I know so because I have a couple of 1970s laser diodes. I think I have some bins that have laser diodes in them, and they are old and infrared. So 391. Let's take a look. Siren divorce circuits. 391. Wait a minute. Laser circuits. Oh man, the leading word in laser circuit is Crytron. Crytron! Drive for pockets cell. Huh? Crichton drive for Pockels cell. Crichton drive for Pockels cell. What is that even fucking? Okay, well, we're gas lasers because we don't have diode lasers at this point. Pockels cell. What the fuck is a Pockels cell? ND-YAG. Oh, so where ND-YAG lasers have a ruby rod, is that correct? Or is ND-YAG? I think it is. You have. Is it a gas tube? I don't think it is. Hold on, and let's look up ND-YAG. I forget ND-YAG. I think ND-YAG is a crystal. Laser hair removal. Yes, it is a crystal. So yeah, what you have in a laser is the light amplification of simulated energy, right? Laser, L-A-Z-E-R, L-A-S-E-R, a light amplification of stimulated something or other energy. So what you have is a substrate that you have to get to laze. And in modern tube lasers, you have fluorescent materials, which create light just emitting in all directions, right? And that light emitting in all directions is then weeded out by a mirror sitting on each end. With an ND-YAG laser, you are wrapping a piece of ruby or other crystal in a flash tube. And when the flash tube goes off, that ruby will emit that light at very high powers. And again, you put two mirrors juxtaposed to one another, that'll get the photons so far aligned that they start canceling each other out in weird ways. Like if they're a little bit out of alignment, they'll cancel each other out, and you get a very what's called coherent beam out of the front. And that coherent beam can be used to do all kinds of cool physics that you would otherwise have to use sunlight in order to do. Because sunlight, where you have a point source of sunlight, it's coming out in all directions, and we're so far away that you get some pretty well-aligned light by the time, pretty well-aligned photons by the time it gets to us. But in a laser, you have those juxtaposed mirrors, and those create even better alignment of the light. And so you can do cool stuff. Like, for instance, send a single laser beam in two directions to fight itself by the time it gets to the destination, and that can sense when your actual laser table spins, because on a microscopic scale, the distances that one goes clockwise and anti-clockwise will vary when it's turning. Yeah, coherent light can do a lot of really interesting stuff with interference patterns and printing, and just I'm a big fan of lasers, if you guys couldn't tell. I've been involved with lasers for a long time. So what are we even doing here? To short DC voltage between 3 and 7 kilovolts to ground in conjunction with lithium niobate Pockels cell for Q switching of an ND-YAG laser. Ground. Jesus Christ, where's our kilovolts coming from? That's like, this is beyond it. This is like a science circuit. Q switching using slow rise time SCR transformer drive. Preoc, IEEE, June 1971. Yeah, I like my lasers. I like them. We'll get Burn the Subs working soon enough. I don't get why I'm watching this, even though I don't understand a single thing. At least I can learn. Yeah, I mean, we can just take pot shots at some of these circuits and stuff too. I'm happy if you guys are happy, all right? Learning is fun. Being exposed to a bunch of different circuits from a book like this is kind of cool. Injection laser drive using only transistors. What the hell? So, parabolid avalanche transistors deliver pulses up to 50 amps into gallium arsenide GaAs laser diode in series with a 1 ohm sampling resistor. What? I don't know. That thing's just like Darlington arraying its way. What is this one? PFM voice transmitter? Oh, so if you've got, all right, this is a little different. Provides voice communication range of up to 3.5 miles with appropriate receiver. Q1 modulates the frequency of relaxation. Blah, 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 blah. Modulates the laser output. Q4, Q5 provides sufficiently. So if you're on like a mountaintop, you can send your audio through a laser. And actually, this is probably the basis of those laser bounce listening systems. Pretend it's constellations. Yes, in the night sky. One day we can see. What the hell is this thing? APD 4C106. Let's look that up. What I find interesting is that other people have searched it. These are laser levels. This has nothing to do with... This is not 1975 stuff. Avalanche photodiode. Silicon avalanche photodiodes. I guess we're using one of these photodiodes in order to excite the rest of the circuit. It's not exactly a pirate radio when you're using a laser to broadcast, but I guess we have a photodiode receiver here. I don't know what the laser emitter is, though. That's audio input. Is this some kind of a thing that's going to actually... Oh, no, there's the laser, and it is a laser diode. They had those in 1974? When was this published? 72. TA 7610. They said up to 3 miles, too. Tuner, LED driver, 1-chip FM radio. That's not it. Pulse control, active plus. Yeah, we're not really going to find it. It's probably an infrared diode. Probably an infrared diode, but then how do you aim that? How do you aim that properly? And why is there a photodiode and then a laser right there? This has got to be something else. That symbol is very strange. All right, let's peruse now. Let's draw back a little bit and just see if there's anything else interesting in the lasers section. Voice laser receiver. Ah, so this is where we're coming back to. And we've got a Schottky photodiode. That's a weird component. No, a remote control for a TV does not have a laser. It does not have an infrared laser. You guys are dumb. They have infrared photodiodes, infrared emitters, but not they're not lasers. And a laser diode, a raw laser diode, is just gonna send a 90-degree beam out with quite a lot of coherency. If you put a columnating lens on that, then you could focus it into an almost parallel beam. But again, you're dealing with like a little tiny thing. They didn't use lasers for TV remotes. They used infrared diodes because that's a very easy and cheap thing to do. And then you don't see your blasting light onto your TV to control it. If it was a laser, people would be so frustrated. So this would be the receiver. It's got a Schottky photodiode. I don't know about that. And if you, by the way, if you don't need this, if you have sensitive enough triggering electronics, you can actually get an LED to react to light or infrared light. Apart from a time where the source info on parts was books published by the manufacturer. Yeah, it was very difficult to find info on parts. You couldn't just Google it like I do. Using IR, you're actually warming up your TV to do a thing. I mean, photodiode sends out a lot of infrared light, more than people think. People usually are like, just use the camera trick. And if you use the front-facing camera on your phone, there's no infrared filter on it, that's not true. That's a lie. The front-facing camera on your phone absolutely has that infrared filter on it. If you view a TV remote blinking on a camera that does not have one of those filters on it, you will see it light up the entire room. They're very bright on the infrared spectrum. But yeah, this is, I don't know, lasers. But again, you're not warming up your TV. There's just not enough energy for that. An infrared laser is an insidious thing because you can get it very, very powerful. You can make very powerful infrared lasers with tubes and stuff, and then you've got a nice little beam of light that you can focus in onto a point and actually burn stuff. So this type of project was the inspiration for the communication systems for IR remotes. I don't know. I guess in 1974, most remotes were just wired if you had one at all. I know in the early 80s, my brother used to make me go change the channel on the TV. I had to get up, go over to the TV, push the channel, our reception's off a little bit, move the little thing that turns the antenna in the attic to try to get a better signal. That's when I used to watch Batman the Animated Series, which was an amazing show, and it still is. Cue switching. There was a drum and bass song that was something like cue walking, cue stepping. So every time I see cue switching, I always think of that song. Wow, 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 wow. It was a nice, weird song. I liked it a lot. Q switching with an SCR uses an EG and G, whatever transformer, having a 250 nanosecond rise time and 1 centimeter lithium niobate pocket cell cube for Q switching. What the? Who are you? Who are you? It's just IEEE. IEEE. That's why I don't like ghosts. Oh, that's right. Some remotes were ultrasonic, using clicking noises. Ultraviolet lasers? Yeah. Well, blue lasers are even scarier. And Uda Owa was using a 7.4 watt laser. No, not watt. Yeah, watt. Which is super dangerous because there's a very large ultraviolet component to that light. I would pretty much not hang out anywhere near that without glasses on, because you'll hit a metal surface and reflect that beam, and it's just super bad for your eyes. 2,000 amp driver delivers pulses to injection laser when driven. Science is crazy. Science is crazy. These scientists, they get together, these fuckers get together and they go, man, what would it take to drive? Well, we need 2,000 amps. And then somebody comes up with a circuit that's this big in order to do that. Fucking scientists, man. C1 consists of 8.002. Why not just put it in nanofarads? You freaks, you bunch of freaks. Charged by 5,000 volt supply. Charged by a 5,000. Let me just go out and get a 5,000. Let me ask the guy at Radio Shack about that. Until KN6 Crytron is triggered by positive pulses at grid. Oh man, I don't know. I think we're too cool for that. We're not quite dorky enough. Yeah, these laser circuits are pretty crazy. They're a little weird. Pulse laser power meter. Well, that's not a bad one. That's pretty good because you put the laser beam on the thing and it gives you a meter output. Good to know. 20 kilovolt image converter. What? Wait, image converter. Supply output voltage and current depending on battery supply used for 2 transistor inverter. Image converter tube serves for viewing. An RCA image converter tube. What is that? 6032. I gotta look this up. Frank's electron tube data sheets. Nice. Frank is always good for a data sheet. For use in combination with suitable optical systems in viewing a scene with infrared radiation. Okay. It's like proto night vision. Hey, I wonder if I can come up with some night vision goggles with this thing. Crytrons are export controlled? I'm gonna get on a list for searching this. Cold cathode gas-filled tube intended for use as a very high-speed switch. Anything with tubes suddenly takes on this sort of mythical, this mythical sort of, I don't know, it's weird. This is the magic stuff because it's like different physics from the solid-state electronics that we're used to. Tubes are crazy. And apparently this one is slightly radioactive. I should do more stuff with tubes. They're utterly fascinating. The Crytron conducts by means of an arc discharge. Oh, cool. To handle very high voltages and currents. Rather than low current glow discharge used in other thyrotrons. That sounds like something like an exercise equipment. The Crytron. God, everything sounds so cool. Where was I? Development of triggered spark gaps and thyrotrons. Originally developed for radar transmitters during World War II. My 89-year-old researcher boss, rest his soul, probably worked on this because he was part of the Manhattan Project. Not the Manhattan Project, the Philadelphia, I forget. They developed radar, basically. These would be great robot names, actually. A little bit camp, but then again, it's vacuum tube technology. So when somebody looks up Thyrotron, your big bad evil guy, they get this. And so that's pretty appropriate. Why does Kytron sound so fun, even though it's not? I know. Are we watching Transformers? Yeah, this is actually the beginning of my deep dive into Transformers lore. I mean, that's pretty much all any of us are doing out here. We're trying our best. 4 electrodes, 2 are conventional anode and cathode. 1 is a keep alive electrode placed near the cathode. The keep alive is a low positive voltage applied, which causes a small area of gas to ionize near the cathode. So this is the glowy pin. And then the whole thing, what? Is there like a massive spark that goes across it? High voltage is applied to the anode, but primary conduction does not occur until a positive pulse is applied to the trigger electrode. So you hit the trigger electrode on the grid, or what? Arc conduction carries a considerable current. What do you lose in all of that plasma and arcing? 5 wait. In place or in addition to the keep alive electrodes, some Kytrons may contain a tiny amount of radioactive material, usually less than 5 microcuries of nickel-63, which emits beta particles, high-speed electrons, to make ionization easier. I'm gonna burp. Okay, I burped. The radiation source serves to increase the reliability of an ignition. Damn. So they were like, man, we're having trouble getting this thing to be reliable. I mean, it works, but it's just having trouble. And then somebody pokes their head in the room and goes, why don't you guys try using radiation? Wait, what? Wait, how? Why is that supposed to? Why would we make this thing even more dangerous than it already is? Well, now I want one. eBay. Kytron. Absolutely bupkis. Nothing. It's, why wouldn't they still be selling these? KRY? KRY. Ramel Keaton. Okay. Krytron is not exactly a reliable search term. And apparently baseball or basketball cards are like every result. All right, so much for that. Old-timey stuff is neat. Hopefully there's nothing. True. They're export controlled, yeah, because of the radioactive element of them. Well, I'm not exporting it. I just want one. Keep it in tinfoil. So this would be an image converter tube. And I guess it's for an infrared illuminated. Read number 2 serves the dual function of high voltage electrode for accelerating, blah, 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 blah. Required to minimize the effects of extraneous fields on tube performance. Connection to the repetitor. Respective terminals of the tube indicated on the dimensional outline should not be soldered to the terminals. They should be made by flexible metal bands. They really don't go into it very much, do they? I would want to know less technical information and more just general. Let's see if we've got like Valve Museum. That'll be the one. Look at that thing. Oh, I can't afford to even look at this thing. Holy crap. This image converter is a 6032 is used to convert an infrared image projected onto the end window and to excite the output phosphor and produce a visible image. So what the image, why is my mouse no longer working? What it's doing is it's converting infrared into visible light. So this would be the prototype for night vision goggles. No, we're not doing drugs out of this thing. No, 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 no. No, no, no. We can't afford this. This is crazy. Oh yeah. This would be the active element in a night vision device. Not quite. They miniaturized and ruggedized it, but this would be the beginnings of a night vision device. That's crazy. So then casually, as if completely tone deaf, we have these components called for in these circuit books. Pulses to injection laser when driven by a positive going input pulses may be operated blah, 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 until KN6 Crytron. Hey, Mims, really? Forrest Mims, really? Well, it's Forrest A. Mims. Maybe it's like his dad or something. No, Forrest M. Mims. This is... Hey, Mims, you really helped me out a lot back in the day, man. You taught me basic electronics when I was just like a tween. But you're asking for import-controlled devices in your circuits here. I don't really know how useful this would be, Forrest A. Mims. Forrest M. Mims, I guess, in this one. High-power injection lasers. You can't get this. we can't get this. You should make homemade night vision goggles. One of the big components in if I was going to make homemade night vision goggles, the best way to do it, since I'm not a super creeper and I'm not using these to kill people, is to use a bunch of infrared diodes like the Call of Duty night vision glasses, except that you can also just buy FPV goggles that have a camera in the front, so you don't end up running into a telephone pole while you're walking around and piloting your drone first person. So you could take that camera and you could bust out the little infrared filter on it, and then you would have a bunch of infrared diodes on the front. It's not that exciting of a project. So anyway, for some reason, we have stuff that you just can't find. So to answer the question about whether or not you can source the parts of these projects, no is the answer. You can't. Not to mention the fact that it's been 30 years, 40, 50, 60 years, 100 years since these have been... I own a book by Mims. Is he bad? No, he's not bad. He's just so lofty that he thinks that an export-controlled device would be available for somebody looking up his circuits in high-power injection lasers and ham radios. Forrest A. Mims is a wonderful author for beginners electronics books. He's who I suggest. I have a PDF from MIT that is listed in the book command. So, yeah, this is like Himalayan yak salt that we just can't get in this recipe. He's fine. It's just that one was a little bit crazy. Danger, 20,000 volts. You're only warning about this now? This is that image converter tube. So this tube converts infrared light into visible spectrums. And you can do that now with any of the cameras that are used in this shop today. You can just use to convert infrared into visible light. That's easy to do. And the cameras are like $1. This thing, very expensive. I have absolutely no idea how much it would cost, but it looks like something that I would accidentally break. Plus, not to mention, you have to put 20,000 volts into the fucking thing. So yeah, fuck that. SCR Pulsar, you know, like a modern book of circuits or a modern website with laser circuits on it. How is my laser levitating in free space? What's going on here? But anyway, a modern like tome of laser circuits would have a lot of laser diode projects. Laser diodes are pennies on the dollar, so they would be much easier than this stuff. 30 amp peak current, 150 nanosecond pulse with a half current point, suitable for testing a variety of lasers. Uses trigger, which can be 2N2647, and this is another MIMS. These are some eclectic laser circuits, man. Lasers were kind of early in their evolution at this point. This is 1974. What if we find 20,000 volts on the ground? Maybe you need to call like a utility provider in that case, I think is what the general consensus probably is. Here's another laser receiver. This one's a little bit more simple. Conventional audio amplifier with a phototransistor. It looks like my blood pressure is so high that my hands are about to erupt in a blood fountain, but I think it's just the color adjustments on this camera, because my hands are more pork colored than they are red. They just look very red on camera today. Maybe I should like lock down the color correction stuff. Yeah, it's just vibing out in space. I don't know what's going on there. It's very strange. All right, laser circuits are crazy things. What the? Part of this circuit has been censored. What are they hiding from us? I mean, you can clearly see it in there. Why has it been censored? Here, maybe if I get more light over here, the camera will not make it look like I'm about to explode into a blood fountain. So 1 in 4,004. No, I still look like I'm gonna explode. Why has it been censored so crudely? Yeah, right. Pulse diode laser with RCA lasers shown emits peak optical power of 3 watts, 25 amps. For more power, use an RCA 4862. Rated at 10 watts. What the heck? Why are we dealing with multi-watt lasers here? How much are those? Back in 1974. Can be used for... Wait. Are we talking speakers here? Are we talking lasers? My intruder alarm going to be a huge laser? Can be used for intrusion alarm, optical communications, and optical radar. Optical radar has a little bit to go. Yeah, maybe the pulses are extremely tiny. That's how you get like super high power out of lasers. Avoid looking directly into laser with other eye. At close range, even though its beam is invisible, and do not aim it at shiny surfaces that may reflect beam into eyes of person. Forrest Mims, solid state laser, radio electronics, June of 1972. Why is part of my circuit illegal? It's like, and also, what are you supposed to do with this area? I think maybe this is copied from something that was highlighting this portion of the circuit. Like if I illuminate this from behind, I could see the remaining areas, because like the stuff that's shown here is useless without the actual laser. There's the laser diode. It can burn through wood. Censor this, it's too legal. Photofit receiver. Here's another one of these illegal fucking things. Forest. Oh, this is R.W. Campbell. Nope, there he is. Forrest M. Mims probably had one of these things. I can't even find them anywhere. Like, where do I get a Crytron? The Crytron for sale was one of the other. Nuclear Physics Lab Crytrons. Oh shit, it looks like that? That's awesome. That's a pretty cool thing. Why is this off? This is the chat is off by a little bit. It needs to be. Uh-oh, Drillsy. Hold on, I need to like just move chat in a little bit. You guys need to do just a little bit of that. There we go. I must have clicked on it or something. Man, those things look cool. Fast-acting switches that use a little bit of KR85 assist with rapid ionization. They're believed to have been used for triggering nuclear weapons. What? Plenty of other more mundane uses, such as high-speed strobe lights and low jitter pulse power electronics. Sure, yeah. We're totally not making a nuclear bomb today. Let's see, hold on. Go. And then aerial's very boring. I put a I need to like double up the text in order to make it. We'll just make it black. Okay. Strobe lights and low jitter pulse electronics for systems like lasers, where my collection has come from. Here I've set up a Crytron in conjunction with a Blumline charged cable pulsar. None of this stuff is actual language. God, I want one so bad. I don't even have 20,000 volts. These look like organs that have been pulled out of something. He has them in a display case. That looks like a lunch tin. Man, I wonder if I've come across any Crytrons in my time, because I've been around a lot of old electronics. You don't have it yet. The nuclear... nuclearweaponsarchive.org. I really hope that my text is making this abundantly clear. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. How powerful is this tome? What sort of dark magics do we have access to? Lasers are natural complements to nuclear bombs. Navigation noise. Those are the only ends that we have. Nothing nuclear. Darn. And that's it? We only have one page of... Illegal? Illegal. HIFGH. Infrared. Instrumentation, integrator, intercom, inverter. Damn! Nothing illegal. Ah. There's a whole section of siren circuits, of course. He's using code words such as drip drop. Know what your teenager is saying online. 1996. Central component of modern nuclear weapon technology is the ability to rapidly switch high voltage current electrical circuits at very high speeds. The detonators that fire high explosive implosion systems require volts in the range of roughly 2 to 20 kilovolts. Oh, good. Oh, that's exactly that component. Complete detonation system draw currents ranging from 10 to 100 kiloamps. Pulse neutron tubes used to precisely control the initiation of fission chain reactions require voltages of 100 to 200 kilovolts. Oh, so to make all the neutrons that'll set off the reaction, you need a lot of power. We're just looking up Crytrons at nuclearweaponarchive.org. It's just Crytrons. It's totally, completely innocent, and it's not, here. Not a really cool looking radioactive tube. There's no, we're not, no, I don't know what is tipping you off to this, but we're not doing that. We're looking up Crytrons, which is a way to trigger 20,000 volts on a dime, which happens to be one of the primary components that makes nuclear reactions, explosive nuclear reactions, possible. It's not what we're doing. Switching devices means specialized technology skill to manufacturers are also, yeah, it's got a little bit of, one of the things about the Crytron is that it's got a little bit of radioactive material in it in order to make the high voltage trigger pop off better. I don't know what the fuck you're doing with x-rays over there, but I hope you didn't irradiate yourself like I did. I took apart a piece of World War II night vision equipment, which was basically, it had a little phosphor that got charged by a radioactive dick that would slide into place, and it would charge that thing, and then infrared would hit that disc, and it would emit phosphors and then give you an image. And I took that thing apart without knowing that it was radioactive, and that little disc was sitting at the bottom of one of my plastic electronic bins for years. And it was a type of radiation that was not safe well into the 2000s. So at some point, I guess I was sticking that thing in a bunch of soft orifices of mine, and I probably irradiated myself pretty good, although I haven't had any symptoms, and this was well after I had diabetes. So we're just simply looking at a book today, which has been endlessly fucking entertaining. For anybody just coming in, we have the Guidebook of Electronic Circuits. Now, you may think that electronics are a bunch of arcane wizardry and spells coded in runes from the days of yore. But you would be wrong for reasons that I will not go into and are completely private, and I just, why did you even ask? So anyway, we've got this giant tome of electronic circuits. Because of my failure to kind of work with op amps over the past couple days, you know, I kind of hit a wall and went, ugh, and my brain made kind of a squeaking noise. I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do with analog, and I figured, hey, this thing has been sitting on a shelf so long that the pages have actually collapsed on the spine, and I need to kind of fix it. But we might as well spend some time just kind of going over this thing. And what we found out is that Marcus here has an affinity. 1974 Marcus has something of an interesting relationship with screeching circuits. I don't know why this guy hates his family, but he has all kinds of different like revenge and screeching circuits in the hobby section. Like, hey, make a noise screecher that can only be turned off by sticking a nail in a hole. And it's like, who hurt you, Marcus? Who hurt you? Why are you mad? I didn't do anything. Why are we doing this? Honey, wake up. Look what I made. And it's just this little box that goes, eh! It's like, why? There's like bell circuits and stuff like this. Keep in mind, this is 1974. So we don't have ASICs. We don't have Arduinos for sure. Actually, I think there's an Arduino right there. Anyway, we don't have microelectronics. We don't have embedded systems. We have a whole bunch of transistors and stuff, and a whole bunch of ideas on how to make things happen sequentially. There's not a whole lot of logic. There's a lot of comparative stuff going on. This looks like a component you'd find in a data sheet. So there, yeah, we've been piecing together this story. But now, all of a sudden, Forrest M. Mims comes into focus in the lasers section. Forrest M. Mims makes the book from the book command. This is the book command. The book command has the book that I learned electronics from back in 1998, 92, I don't know. In the 90s, I had this book as like a 10-year-old. And I went through the book and took lots of margin notes, and I got sort of a basic understanding of electronics that then was a little bit more eclectic of a hobby. I got made fun of a lot for it. Nowadays, it's perfectly normal and cool, and you can do stuff with an Arduino, and you can do all kinds of very interesting stuff with an Arduino. You could make a spectrum analyzer. Like, that was not something that you could just make back then. Pretty cool. I found some blog through Discover Circuits in the 2000s where 90% of the circuits were burglar alarms to keep your wife from snooping around. What is it with electronics, dudes? I need to solve problems in my immediate vicinity. I'm going to annoy the shit out of everybody. Stop it, stop it. Honey, wake up, wake up. I've made a bell noise thing. We found two, in the hobby section, we found two circuits, and one of them was to summon fish with random noise, and the other one was to lower a thermistor into the water a certain amount of distance to find the cold spot where fish might hang out. What? The Railroad Model Club. There were a bunch of railroad control circuits too. Yeah, there were some things like that. Better not make me want a Crytron. I already want one. I mean, who could not want something like this? Who would not want a nuclear bomb? Wait, sorry, FBI. This is not what you think it is. It's just not what you think it is. Okay, you got to trust me on this one. Just read the text, not the subtext. So yeah, this is a Crytron, and apparently it is a vacuum tube, what is designed to very rapidly switch lots and lots of volts. What is that doing up? Before entering into a consideration of the individual devices that concern us, it would be well to explain some of the associated technology terminology. Oh God, what is this? Is like is this thing going to teach me how to make bananadyne? I think it is. There it is. There's the recipe for bananadyne. That's an if you know reference. Sorry, I shouldn't make Thyratrons. These were the ones that sounded more like exercise equipment than anything else. Can I has yellow cake? Thyratrons come in several varieties. All work similarly to the semiconductor thyristor. Thighmaster. One difference being that in many designs, hydrogen thyrations. I've had hydrogen thyrations before. I had to go to a doctor. Common exception, the gate must be biased highly negative in the off state. I don't care about this stuff. Come on, man. Note that hydrogen-filled devices employ a hot cathode. Weird. Okay, anyway, I don't have time to read this. I made Bananadyne on stream. Really? Fucking anarchist cookbook stuff. That stuff is so hokey, silly stuff. I had many Forrest Mims books. Yeah, so apparently this is like a compendium of magazines and other types of like circuit sources. And they've been fun so far to go through because we've had a lot of weird ones. Had a lot of weird noise-making circuits. Like revenge circuits. There was one that was a drip sound maker for getting out of your apartment's lease, apparently. We gotta find more evil stuff. I mean, seriously, right before high voltage, we could look at and see if the auto theft alarm, ignition circuits, control circuits. There's gotta be, what else is evil? What other evil stuff can we find in here? A revenge circuit. Yeah, I should put together a compendium of revenge circuitry. That would actually be kind of funny. Trigger circuits. Oh boy. Here we go. This is my old job. This is my old job, and I'm not really allowed to talk about it, so I guess we'll just look at some of these circuits. Let's look at page 988. Luckily, the types of stuff that I was running into at that job didn't exist yet. I think the telephone system was different back then in 1974. But let's just look up trigger circuits, page 988. Teleprinter? What the fuck is a teleprinter? Teleprinter? Used with any radio teletype terminal. H&V amplifier. What the heck? I wonder if we can find the circuit that they used for the walleye missile on here. That's something we'll look up in a minute. Oh, that's the teletype, like, fax machine. Yeah, I don't know anything about that technology. Imagine you and a friend to make revenge devices to get each other. Okay, so there's a big problem with that. If I was to send, like, Uo Slab, a revenge circuit, it's kind of like an inter-stream kind of, you know, collaboration thing, and I sent him a circuit, I would probably blow up his pacemaker, and he would literally explode on stream. That would be very bad, and I think it's a little bit against TOS to blow up another streamer. Like, I'm not sure. Maybe we could eke by on the rules if I blew him up and it was funny enough. But, like, we used to have this game in my old apartment, and it was for settling disputes among 4 people living together in college. And it was this thing you hold, and it's a little metal, like, dildo, I don't know, and it's got a button on the top of it. And what it would do is it would go do-do-do-do-do-do-do, and it was like a musical chairs kind of thing. And when that music stopped, you couldn't be the last person to hit the button. But if you hit it early, you got shocked, right? You get shocked because it's 2 pieces of metal that you're holding that are separated by an insulator. And it was an uncomfortable shock. Probably very dangerous, but somehow in the early 2000s, this was totally a product. And so what we would do is we'd get together to settle a dispute, and then I would ruin the entire game by reaching over and bumping my friend's hand. That's all it took. You just go pop, and they would go, ah, and then throw the thing, right? So I don't think putting 2 engineering-minded streamers pitted against one another in a mortal battle of revenge circuitry would end up very well. One of us would get dye on their hands, and the others would die at the hands of the other. So, all right. What is this? This is trigger circuits. I'm going to see if I can find anything familiar in here. Current mode Schmidt. Power one-shot. These are boring. Impulse driver. Adjustable trigger. Okay. I mean, most of this stuff is just accomplished by shit like this, where you just have, like, transistors switching relays and stuff. That's like a Darlington, right? No, they're saying it's a Schmidt regenerative. Gate trigger amplifier. It sounds entertaining. Yeah, well, Unless you're the one taking the brunt of the injuries, I don't want to do that. Like, especially, okay, so I'm a type 1 diabetic, right? And I've got omnipods that are pretty much acting as my insulin, as my pancreas right now, right? And so the omnipod's giving me little bits of insulin throughout time. If someone were to make a circuit that put out a buzzer and it required me to solve a puzzle in order to turn off the buzzer, I can tell you exactly how I would solve something like that. I would not try to figure out what the answer to the little puzzle is. I would get my American screwdriver and I would bash it into a bunch of tiny little pieces, because buzzers are extremely triggering to me as a 30-year diabetic. I have had diabetes for 30 years, and as it gets more digital, things get more beepy, and the beeps have to be stopped. And that's what this is. This is my unbeeper. On the other side, I had, what was it? High-speed linear motivator, and I had the anode and cathode marked out, but I lost the labels. Now, there's an anode and cathode to something like this. You got to be careful. Just stay safe out there, chat. Yeah, I stick screwdrivers into buzzers. I don't hold back. Power one shot. This seems like a lot of electronics for just like a switch. PV1 open circuit IC and flip-flop to produce triggering of triac near 0 voltage on next alteration. Okay, so triacs are nice little AC devices. This is apparently a very complicated way to do what a zero crossing triac does. It's important because a zero crossing triac, a triac, you've got an AC wave that's going up, positive and negative, right? And so if you switch that midway through the wave, you can damage equipment. So you put a zero crossing triac on it, and that won't switch until the AC is at 0. This is pointless. We've come a little bit away from this. Oh, that explains it. Somerville, New Jersey. Yeah, okay. Don't trust people from New Jersey. Just don't. Sorry, I'm from Philly. Okay, so Schmidt gives us fuck square waves. The Schmidt gives a fuck square waves. Okay, those sound like interesting square waves to me already. Input can be 3 volts higher or higher as fuck source. Uses dual 2-input gate with a 2-input. Okay, so it's 2-input logic gate. Pair of C cells. Supply should have been on-off. Every one of the power supplies in this thing is a little bit cursed. There's some pretty cursed voltages here that are required on some of these, but these are all like magazine circuits, which I guess is how people were entertained back in the day. They would get a magazine in the mail and there would be like, oh, look at our weekly circuit. And so you'd go to Radio Shack and you'd ask if they have a Chirotron at Radio Shack, and they would point you out back to the guy in the alleyway in the trench coat, and you get a couple Chirotrons that are slightly radioactive from them, and then you would be able to build the weekly circuit. Which one's from Elector? I mean, for me, back in my day, it was Notes and Volts. That was the one that I got all the time. And they were all about the basic stamp. Everybody was coding in BASIC. Way higher than 3 volts. Old semiconductors have funny voltage requirements. That's not even it. I mean, it's like, it's just these magazines are published by anyone. And 20 volts. Let me go grab my 20-volt battery. Yeah, when I think it was just towards the end of my Nuts and Volts career, Parallax was the only one doing multi-threaded microcontrollers, which is a pretty cool thing to do. But yeah, I used to regularly get Notes and Volts because I worked at a bookstore in the mall. I think it should be a requirement. Everybody should have to work retail at some point, because the absolute stupidest thing that has ever happened to you in your life will happen while you are working in retail. And it'll give you a little perspective on humanity. I have a BASIC stamp robot kit somewhere. I could never imagine coding in BASIC. I was barely even familiar with coding at the time. I was more about the electronics and stuff. I didn't get into coding until Arduino, which was after college. I knew a little something of it, but like embedded systems, the Arduino really like let me just say, like, hold on, let me go over to my face cam. Back in the day, you would get, and I don't know about the BASIC stamp. I don't know anything about it, actually. I avoided it. because I thought things were way too complicated. Back then, it was like you would get a chip and a $300 programmer, and then that would enable you to program the chips. And so that kept everything walled off to a certain group of hyper nerds. And they kind of, all that knowledge was very eclectic, and I just didn't know how to get into that and start coding in that. And then the Arduino hit the block, and it was so simple. You plug it into USB, you plug it into your computer, you find somebody else's code, you paste it into a window, and you hit program. You don't worry about setup flags, oscillation speeds, or whether or not dynamic memory is in use. You don't worry about that. All of that is swept well under the carpet, and you just get to code the logic of your circuit in the most basic way. And then some nerd on the internet is going to tell you that because you didn't put in the time doing all the stuff that sucks, you're not actually doing engineering, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Because the Arduino introduced embedded electronics to artists and people who had cool ideas, and just the general population of people, so that everybody was doing more complicated, more powerful stuff, and they were all riding on the backs of giants. Now, while people did their time learning those other eclectic microcontrollers, and there's plenty of powerful stuff you can do with that, nowadays the processors on these things are so abysmally powerful that you can do just about anything you can cook up on a microcontroller using somebody else's code and a little bit of interpretation on your own. You can read into it a little bit and figure out how it's working, and just, again, on the backs of giants, propel yourself to great heights. I love it. It's the coolest thing in the world. I love that people who know very little about electronics are able to make visually, engaging and really cool stuff using their artistic skills. But yeah, so that whole basic stamp thing was sort of a jumping point for Arduino. I guess the Italian fellows who decided to make the Arduino were like, why can't this be easy? And they invented their platform to be kind of universal. And then it took off. The taking off was the big part. It wasn't really that Arduino had anything super special to offer. It's just that it was the one that took off. And that's really important. Like Infinite Miner exists, but Minecraft is the one that took off. Really, they're more powerful than IBM PCs? Well, yeah, I mean, back when I took a course in embedded systems, we had to actually write on a piece of paper where all the ones and zeros were going inside the processor and do all the math ourselves. PS2 walked so Arduino code could run. I told the story in one of the VODs that I uploaded, but back in my day, which wasn't that long ago, I was taking a test in the embedded systems class, and we had to have our robot go out and bump up against parts of the maze and log those parts of the maze so that it could do a smooth run through. So it was kind of like the Japanese competition robots, only we sucked at it and they weren't fast at all, and they weren't really logging. They were like barely able to go a consistent distance given the timings. Yeah, micro mouse, but has a brain injury, more like has a terminal brain injury. So what I did is I wanted to use Pythagorean's theorem in order to create one that went diagonal. I did not succeed. I got the basis for the code down, and I did not succeed within the time of the test. And what I did is I made it just go through a routine. And people saw me do the routine, and they went, well, even the TA was like, oh my God, that's incredible. You made it do that. And I'm like, haha, yeah. And then I went back to my desk, and I very carefully wrote in the comments of my code, I did not get this to work, so it is commented out. This is how it should work. And I still got a really good grade for it. I don't know if they saw that. I don't even know if they went through the code. I did a micromass competition. It's hard as fuck. Aren't they running on like RobotOS and stuff like that? Like, I don't even know how to approach what some of those do, because they've got routines in them where instead of going on like a diagonal, they're able to just, yeah, there's some crazy stuff in there. Oh yeah, another thing that bugs me about this book, and we went over this earlier, and I apologize to the people who've been here the whole time. The first, in the actual section of hobby circuits, the very first, where was hobby? Let's look it up again. Hobby. These are all the sources. Oh, we've already started with, alarm circuits. Yeah, this whole book is alarming. Hobby circuits. A, B, C, D, F, G, hobby, 344. 60, 50, 45. Chapter 45, high voltage. Chapter 46, hobby. Ah. The second one in here is like, hey, Timmy, why don't you go ahead and plug that shit into the wall? That's incredibly irresponsible. I ran mine on that multi-core parallax chip. Do I still have that? Wait a minute. I might still have one. Let me see here. When a Radio Shack was closing down, I got a couple weird microcontrollers from it. Those vacuum tubes. Oh, look, a Kyrotron. That's a cell phone killer. That's also illegal. You know what? I think I organized it away. Yeah, I used to have the Parallax development board, the one that had, I think it was the helicopter or something like that. I forget what the name was, but it was a multi-core microcontroller. Multi-thread, sorry, not multi-core. I got confused. Those are fart noise makers. Huh. Nah, I don't have it. I don't got it. Yeah, a cell phone jammer is an extremely illegal device because it could kill me. You're not allowed to jam cell phones. Those things would go for sale on Alibaba all over the place, but they are not legal. I said lil eagle. Yeah, of course. They're little tiny eagles. Why is it that lasers are so closely associated with nuclear weapons? I don't understand. 1996 from John Paisley. Why do I know that name? I probably shouldn't know that name. So yeah, we Kyrotrons is the big find a minute ago. It's the shared radiation part. I guess more modernly, because we're not allowed to blow up actual nuclear bombs, they use lasers in order to simulate the energy levels of nuclear reactions. Amplifiers. All right, so where else can we find like shady stuff in this book? What is this book? This is my big fucking book, man. I got this big heavy fucking book. And I stole it. I mean, got it a long time ago, but the Guidebook of Electronic Circuits from Marcus something or other. John Halo made this book in 1974. Copyright 1974. So this has a bunch of eclectic stuff. It has a bunch of old magazine circuits from the 70s. Everything is laid out nice and clear. Not really so much as far as an explanation is concerned. You have to actually look up like the original source in order to get like the explanations from like the magazines and stuff like that where they're published. Depending on what frequency it uses and how far it goes, if it uses the shared spectrum, reaches into the ham radio range, you're mostly fine. If you have a ham license, it doesn't reach beyond your private property. Yeah, I think I put the inflections in all the wrong parts of that comment. Sorry. How did I get this book? That's my business. So we've got a whole bunch of different things going on here. And I'm looking for shady stuff. I mean, we looked through trigger circuits a little bit. I didn't really find much that by way of shady stuff. Maybe timer circuits, we can find something. Let's go to 9. Well, hold on. Are there model rocket circuits in here? Do we have anything to do with model rocketry? I'm trying to give you guys as much of a focus on the page as I can, but I like the old Radio Shack, like some magazines made by MIM. Yeah, we found Forrest MIM's circuits in this, and the book command, ! Book, is actually the Forrest MIM series that I learned electronics on. Forrest MIM, he writes a pretty good book. We can look up modular. I meant to look that up earlier. Let's look up modular circuits and just see what they have. Wah. Huh. Radar circuits, huh? Radar. Well, I've been sidetracked. We'll look up modular later. Radar circuits, page 636. Oh, it's getting close to the devil's page. That's page 700. science fair circuits. Wait a minute, we found something even spicier. All right, what am I taking to my science fair? Flashlight controlled motor. That's kind of boring. I don't think I'm going to get the science prize. An ideal science fair project. I would like my science fair projects to involve more gyrotrons, not radioactive tubes. So the flashlight goes to what? Motor. Relays controlling the motor. Kind of a lazy way. Not this book, but a book by Mims, yeah. That's where I cut my teeth. I took a lot of margin notes, too. Because they were like, they looked like notebooks, right? And so I got them from Radio Shack and read through them and tried to understand as much as I could as a kid. So I guess these are the light sensors, huh? Energizes latching relay K3 to keep the motor running. So it's just like an on-off thing. It's not like... back in the day, like in the 80s, I had a toy, and it was my favorite toy in the world, and it was really cool. What they were... I don't know whatever happened to them. I think I looked them up once and I was able to find what they were, and then it leaked out of my brain. I did drugs at it or something and forgot. But the toy was so cool. They were these like little space like vehicles, and the little vehicle would go forward at a rate determined by how much a little core, like a little like green glowing core, would glow. So there was obviously like a photoresistor on the thing, but as you would twist that little thing, it would give more light out because it had what literally looked like the symbol of a volume knob printed on the side. And what that symbol of the volume knob did was mask the glowing stuff more in one area than the other. And then you had to take your little radioactive core out and you would put it in a charger, which was just a lamp. It was just a lamp, but it looked like a cool little like nuclear. You're like, yeah, I'm charging the nuclear thing. And you move it over to the little vehicle and make it go forward again. It was so cool. I thought that was it Big Tracks? Hold on, I'm gonna look that up real quick. Big Tracks. Somebody always knows exactly what I'm talking about. It might have been. No, I don't think it was Big Tracks. Big Tracks had like... That was the thing you... Yeah, this is before my time, I think. Or it was too expensive. Oh, look, it's just like a bucket. No, this isn't. This is a shuttlecraft with treads. I have the thing you're talking about downstairs? I forget what it was. It was the coolest toy. Diode tricks. Boy, do I not want to do diode. The days of diode tricks are beyond. They're behind me. I left that life behind. Yeah, I'm interested to see. Hopefully the labels haven't all worn out. It might have actually been nuclear, yeah. Why are there 3 potentiometers? Yeah, that's interesting. Why are there? Energizes by latching relay K3 to keep motor running. After light is removed, light on the solar cell. Oh, there's solar cells. Oh. Turns off the motor. I guess your triggering on and off levels are set by these 3. But they're going directly into the coils, it seems. What are we? We're opening that and untriggering a relay. It looks like we're using relay logic on this thing, which kind of makes things a little weird. That's kind of a weird one. Why not just get a super powerful flashlight, one of those ones that turns night into day, you know, those modern ultra mega flashlights where you turn it on and everybody thinks that like the sun is crashing into the earth, and like a little solar cell that's just directly connected to the motor. Honest coin flipper. Now hold on a second. This is the 3rd coin flipping circuit that we found in this book. This is the 3rd one, and it's the only one to call itself honest. What are the other ones doing? What are the other circuits doing? Hey. John Marcus. I have to keep reminding myself of what that name is. Hey, John Marcus. What are those other things doing? Super Armatron. Armatron, maybe that was it. No, it wasn't the Super Armatron. Was it from the same company? No. Yeah, the Armatron, and I think we used to have one of these, is that little robot arm toy that was pretty cool for back in the day. That was a Radio Shack. I didn't know it was Radio Shack. I've taken my fair share of these things apart. They were pretty fun. It was just like a little motor controlling thing. Back over here. Oh, wait, I'll put up the Kyrotrons. There we go. That'll do. Yeah, it seems like everybody had one of those, and I probably should have started like snapping them up back when Radio Shack was closing down, because it would have been cool to have a bunch of them. Could have done some pretty cool stuff. Radio Shack was pretty great back then. Yeah, I mean, you could find like most electronic components that would do the stuff that you wanted it to do. And as time went on, as Radio Shack became less and less electronic specialty and more cell phones, the man's scalping super Armatrons. You want to know what I got in here, man? No, but like as Radio Shack became more and more, I guess, lazy, the electronic sections became just kind of one little corner where a whole bunch of stuff was stashed and not organized. And it became like worse and worse as things went on. They started to get a little bit of the sort of the beginnings of the movement of having easy programmable like microcontrollers and stuff like that, but they were only just on the cusp of that, and maybe that could have saved them. Micro Center is now the purveyor of Arduino stuff, as well as, you know, computer stuff that's reasonably priced, and they're one of the few remaining retail outlets of computer stuff. So every time I pass by Micro Center, I have to go in and buy something. But yeah, so the robot arms were pretty cool back then. Radio Shack was always a little bit iffy about having exactly the right stuff that you needed. I'm sure in the 70s they were great. Like if you had like a radio that where the plug breaks or something like that, you could probably get exactly what you needed to repair it. But nowadays, with things being a lot more specialized, you need like a big retailer like DigiKey in order to find all the right parts. What up, that your fan? We could make rooms to decode spells for. No, that's not what. No, look. I'm gonna tell you again. This is not wizardry. We are not using radioactive vacuum tubes as per the symbols of this giant electronics tome that are coded in such a way that only an expert can decode them in order to do things that emit magic radiation. We're not doing that. That's not what we're doing. Anyway, back to the magic radiation. What do we got over here for science? These are science fair projects. Science fair projects. What am I bringing to my science fair? Let's see. It's kind of hard to get the right focus on this. Probably put something under it. A lie detector. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're going to bring that to the... You're going to bring that to the science fair? I guessed attract fish. Oh, man. You could start some controversies. Designed for maximum response to changes in resistance. So this is galvanic skin response. So we're using a 9-volt battery, which, you know, 9 volts are not that common these days, but I mean, if you guys have ever put one of them up against your tongue, you know all about conduction and human experimentation. Call out the judges. Your galvanic skin response is altered slightly due to my questioning. Are you keeping something back from me? I'm not blaming you, but this machine appears to indicate such. That's what it is, by the way. And if you guys ever have the inopportunity, if you ever have the displeasure of being interrogated with a lie detector test, the only purpose of the lie detector test, because it's not admissible in court, it's not a scientific instrument. It does not measure anything that is known to be regular enough to happen in the body, right? What it is the bad cop. And the cop is the good cop. The or the cop or whoever's doing the interrogation. It's totally unscientific. It is literally the bad cop. And they can blame the machine, and they can call it the bad cop. And then they get to be friends with you, and then you divulge something to them. That's it. That's all it is. That's it. There's no science to it. And when they ask you if you've ever had a lie detector test done, or you know how the lie detector test works, do not tell them that. No, that's a no. That's a negative. You have no idea how this thing works. You don't know anything about electronics. You're not making a nuclear bomb. Okay? Okay. Now you guys know, in case we all get interrogated for the content of the stream, because we're talking about radioactive vacuum tubes that are used to trigger nuclear bombs. Anyway, back to the science fair. A flashlight-controlled toy? Wow. Why is my thyristor or my Darlington array 2-cell flashlight about 5 feet from photo? Oh, I guess this is a fancy phototransistor, huh? Fancy. Usually phototransistor doesn't have the base. You don't have a base coming out of it. It would just be a flat plate because the silicon junctions are sensitive to infrared light. I think they all are, which is why they have opaque coverings over everything. Man, it'd be cool to have like clear electronics. Because actually in infrared, you could see stuff happening. Like diodes actually emit infrared light sometimes. Is any PNP? So this is like Billy's first circuit. This is something that would be in the Forrest Mims book. Only we're doing a motor, but still. EMG controlled whistle. Oh, is this a theremin? On skin, pick up electromyograph. Voltages generated by muscle activity. Oh, so that's a little different. And change frequency of UJT audio oscillator. What is this UJT audio? That's such a weird one. The tenser the muscle, the higher the frequency. So you put this on the butt sensor, like the butt clench sensor is done by this, and then this one's doing the lie detector galvanic skin response. I don't know what the flashlight toy will do in your interrogation, but that's part of your whole lie detector thing. Little Timmy is going to figure out who is lying to him. Who's lying to my face? Oh, there's another one. Galvanic skin resistance. This is a more granular approach to galvanic skin response. This one still has a meter on it though, so I guess it's just two different methods of doing it. This one uses a different IC. 709C. I don't even know what the hell that is. God, it smells like a library in here. All right, what else am I bringing to the science fair? An engineering puzzle. 2 ordinary 107. Okay. Little Timmy electrocuted himself building a science fair project that uses 120 volts and a couple diodes. So this would be the problem that my middle school science teacher asked us, and everybody expected for Jesse to get the right answer because he's the electronics guy and he should know all this stuff. Whereas I could have probably just opened up like a home whatever book, like a wiring book, in order to figure this out. Because I think what this is doing, and I haven't looked at this yet, I think what it's doing is there are two. Well, no, this isn't the one in the home circuit. You've got like a 3-wire. It's the thing where you flip one switch or you flip the other switch in the room, and they turn on and off the light in series. Like, God, why can't I talk? I can't articulate myself right now. I thought this would be that, but wait, hold on. Let's think about this a little bit more. What exactly is this doing? Because the home wiring circuit that they asked in my middle school is one thing where you take the 2 ends of the switches and those are connected to each other, and then the power's on either side. So when you flip one switch, it turns the light on, and then depending on where that other switch is, if you flip it, the other one turns off the light, right? But that's not what this is doing. 2 ordinary 117 volt lamps and 2 switches are mounted on separate transparent boxes. Why? With a single power lead to each box and a single wire running between boxes A and B. When S1 is on, I2 lights. So flip it, this one lights. When both switches are on, both lamps light. When both switches are off, both lamps go out. This is an AND gate. Tubing running from switch terminals to lamps and diodes should be rated 200 PIV. Tubing? 1966. I have a feeling there weren't a lot of survivors of electronics enthusiasts back in the 60s. Yeah, I think we're just rectifying, rectum frying. But we're rectifying on certain paths. This one's stupid. This one's really stupid. An electronic coin toss. Once again, the kids yearn for gambling. Kids yearn for gambling. These kinds of circuits are pervasive in how-to learning electronics books. You have a one or the other kind of thing, and it'll teach you either Mr. Cayman filter. That is a great name. Cayman filtering or Kalman filtering is one of my favorite things in engineering. I didn't learn it until late in my existence as a control systems learner. But if you've got a sensor that's got really terrible data, you can throw it into a Cayman filter. And there's a particular library for the Arduino where you can use Cayman filtering in order to make sure that your joysticks don't suddenly drift if they're centered, and you get fast response to your inputs. But that little bit of filtering makes all the difference so that you don't get drift. You can hold it in a position and it'll stay there and filter out the noise and stabilize until you move again, and it'll move again. It's a really cool system. It's old, it's not maintained, but it's a Cayman filtering system. I love Cayman filtering. Anyway, sorry, I got to gush about your name in terms of engineering. It's a very powerful school of electronics. Science fair motor. Really? Generates pulses which energize electromagnets, L1 and L2, in sequence. 2, L1. Rotor of a motor is a plain disc which 4 permanent magnets are mounted to. Rotor is given a push to start rotation, causing one of the permanent magnets to pass L1 and L2. This is a very basic kind of thing. Good algorithm used in the Apollo program. Yeah, that too. They had dirty sensors back then, man. Here's another lie detector. Who hurt you, Marcus? Marcus, who hurt you? He's like, my bitch wife. I wish I could tell whether she's lying or not. Here's another lie detector test. Maybe this one will finally tell me whether or not she's been sneaking around. And she's like, please, just stop making beepers. I just need to get away from you and the beepers. All these circuits are beepers, honey. Why do you have to keep doing this? I need to know if she's lying. Marcus is my hero. My parents always lied to me as a child. Audible light meter. Oh, so this is how to tell whether or not your wife has turned on the lights in a certain room, huh? All I hear is beeping. All these electronics are just beeping. The flickering flame effect. So this is similar to what they're doing with the... Well, not really. The lamps that make a flickering effect is a little bit different from what this does. Simple circuit synthesizes this flame effect by varying brightness of sections of a 3-way lamp. Oh, that sounds like it sucks. That sounds like it's really hard to look at. I guess, so if you have a 3-way lamp, this has 30, 60, and 100 watts, and it'll flicker like it's a candle. And probably cause a bunch of switching issues. I don't know. Voice-operated relay. All right, that one's a little different. Book of audio-visual torture circuits. And then, no, but then he also has his little night vision goggles with that vacuum tube. So you can sneak somewhere at night by the cover of night. And if a light turns on, it'll beep. It's a voice-operated relay. This is one of the most... Well, here it is. Here it is. World famous clapper. Only this one's 9 volts. It doesn't actually... Well, you just put a 9-volt regulator from AC. So here's the clapper. A proto-clapper. A 1975 clapper. 1971. Easy audio projects, and it involves all this. Jeez. Man, they were cut differently back then. They did a lot of analog. Did a lot of analog. Sound dim lamp. Oh, please, God, no. Whistle up to 30 feet away. Start yelling at your spouse and the lights go out. All right, next. This guy's from a broken home. Sunlight screamer. Who hurt you? Changes in the amount of sunlight change the tone of a shrill screaming sound produced by relaxation oscillators using any 2H neon bulbs. What is up with this book and things that make awful noises? These people must have been horrible to be around. Just horrible. These are science fair circuits. Where can I get the book? I have absolutely no idea. The publisher is gone as of 2006, which is why I'm able to finally bring you these circuits. I'm finally able to electronically publish this. Dancing lights, producing slow changes in brightness of a lamp plugged into an outlet next to R2. Operates directly from AC line. Honey, my computer exploded because of one of your stupid circuits that you left on. Yeah, let's use a 500 volt neon light for my science fair project and turn that into audio. What the hell is going on in 1975? A science fair beeper operating from single flashlight cell produces beep tone at 1 kilohertz to 2 kilohertz. So 1 kilohertz is the beeping noise in like TV when they beep out a curse. That's a kilohertz. 2 kilohertz is just annoying. Magnetic earphone and deflection of meter automatically about once per second as an attention getter. Has no practical use. Has no practical use. Has no practical use. Well, okay, you said it. Sure, but there's probably other periodic beepers that accomplish what this circuit does in a much better manner. I at least like that the author's being honest about what they've put together. Might not be good use, but it's practical somehow. Why is everything I know beeping? Here's another lie detector. How many lie detectors? This is starting to get. This is starting to look like projection. This is starting to look like projection. This is another lie detector. Like what's going on behind the scenes? This is baffling. It's not that baffling. Look, galvanic skin response is something that's been known for a long time, and you can measure, I guess, levels of stress or something like that with it. It's not that great and accurate. It's not all that wonderful, but you can do it, and you can do it with basic electronics, and so that's where these come in. But again, it was all the rage in 1970. Yeah, I guess so. But like, I'm not too comfortable with Timmy's first science project having to be interfaced with a human being, because there's a lot of considerations to make when you do stuff like measure the galvanic skin response of a person. You don't want to like blow up their pacemaker and detonate them. You can blow people up straight up. You just blow them up. They explode. Servo circuits. Oh God, these are going to be rough. Let's not go over servo circuit. All right, let's find out what else. Yeah, it should be powered by mains and it should be hooked up to grandma. Back to the index. We're looking for the most evil. This has been fun with you guys here because it's been a good chance to be very snarky. Good chance to be very snarky about this. Plus, a lot of these things are just way, way outdated. That was all for a science fair, yep. What do you talk about 480? I want to figure out what 480 is before I look it up. 1970s computer circuits? That's a little advanced for this book. This is supposed to be just a guidebook of electronic circuits. So it's like a compendium of a bunch of like electronic circuits for hobbyists back in the day. There may be a section for hobby circuits, but all of this stuff is published from like magazines. Oh yeah, we've meant to go to medical circuits, so we might as well do that. There's like a misprint here. I guess temperature measuring circuits are forbidden. Medical circuits. Let's see what we're hooking up to grandma. Wow, that was, wait. Oh, 460 or 481. Why I had totally different numbers in my... Was there surveillance? Medical circuits. Surely a medical circuit out of a magazine is going to be nice and safe. Hey, look, I think these are the thinnest lines in the entire book. 200, oh, microwatt. I was going to say 200-watt hearing aid. Grandpa is going to be exploded. No, it's a 200 microwatt. Grandpa's out there like, what's up, Cleveland? Draws only 1.5 milliamps. Well, now you can just go on any marketplace and get hearing aids. All right, so we are just taking audio in, and we're using transistors as an amplifier with our 1.35 volt source, and we are switching it with a little bit of a volume control, and then we're blowing up Grandpa with this little earpiece over here. That's kind of neat. Yeah, that one's actually kind of useful if you can make it small enough. Let's see, put that in Grandpa's hearing horn. Hewlett-Packard HCD3. Receiver for cardiac catheter. Okay, now hold on a second. This strikes me as something that your average Joe is probably not going to be messing around with. A receiver for a cardiac catheter. 4-channel mixer with independent gain control feeds single receiver using low noise op amps used in connection with pulse train catheter borne array of 4 transducers introduced into left ventricle of heart for sensing. Does anybody have a cardiac catheter here that I could borrow? I need to make a circuit out of my silly little circuits book. This is I mean, like, while this is probably fascinating to know about, oh, it's IEEE. Okay, so IEEE, they're publishing about how somebody made like an actual medical circuit. So as a reference, like, fine, that's fine. But like your average person looking through the book to make a little circuit on a breadboard, probably not going to be messing around with something like this. I don't think I'm going to be catheterizing, you know, my friend over here in order to mess around with circuitry. This is why the medical section is kind of funny. It's like, yeah, let me just do this. Let me hook this up to your heart. What is this? Recording level indicator for blind. Tiny DC motor with a reduction drive is driven by multivibrator. TR1 is normally conducting and TR2 cut off. With audio input, 100 100K control is adjusted. So knob on output shaft. But wait, hold on, wait a sec. What is this doing? Pulses when tape recorder magic eye shows maximum recording level. Blind person can feel movements of knob. So this is so that somebody without eyesight can tell when a particular light on the recorder is lit, so that they can keep the recordings within levels. And there are other ways to do that. I mean, you could record and play back, but I guess, you know, to figure out if you're at the right volume level. But I guess if you really want a visual indicator of this smacks of something that somebody absolutely needed, and some electronics guru put together and then published it. Wireless world, huh? Huh. Strange. AC constant current pump. What? Bipolar electrodes in tank of conductive solution or in torso models. What the hell? What is this for? Saline solution. Is this like a proto peristaltic pump? You can hook it up to me, but if I see a line cord on the schematic, I'm out. Hey, I got this thing hooked up to my buddy's heart. I'm going to plug it into the wall. I just want you to hold on to this 2x4 in case you need to separate me from the wall. A Macintosh amp hearing aid. Is that a type of amp? So this is running a constant current pump. Will produce excellent square wave of constant PP current for several days with less than 200 milliamp of offset and drift. Oh, so this is for like a very carefully metered pump or something. I mean, parastolic pumps pretty much take up that buck, but back in 1974, I guess this is kind of an important thing. So there's very little drift from the PWM output of this thing, huh? I have a feeling we could rearrange the circuit in such a way as to communicate this stuff a little better, though. DIY pacemakers. Electroencephalophone amplifier modulator. Oh, electroencephalophone amplitude modulator. There, I got it the first try. Using the system for giving stereo presentation of inaudible 8 to 13 hertz signals from 4 quadrants of the human skull. I don't think that's an EKG. You really, like, I mean, we're not doctors here, but I think it's kind of a big deal to mix those two up. I think it's probably a big mistake in both situations. So this is an EKG meter, huh? Integrated signal. I don't know. This is a weird one, huh? Moving on. Neural analog used to stimulate activity of nerve cells. Included circuitry for modeling important neural properties. Oh God, keep this one away from Elon Musk. He's gonna strap this one to a monkey. All gates are in single Texas Instruments 7400 IC. Oh, there's our first 7400 chip. We got 3906s and 7400s. It's the future. This was 1970 in IEEE. Yeah. Electroencephalo. I have trouble with that word. EKG is electrocardiogram, and EEG is electroencephalo for brainwaves. Huh. Playing bongos on the noggin. So what are we doing here? What is this thing doing? Simulate activity of nerve cells, includes circuitry for modeling important neural properties. IEEE. Who the hell knows? This refractory period, integrator, threshold, comparator, pulse generator. What the hell? This is more confusing than anything else. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to do. Is this like stimulate your brain with magnetics? I don't think that's what this is. Weird. Yeah, so I don't know what are these going to be, like probes or what? I guess this is like, well, if you don't know what you're talking about, you might as well just look at the IEEE article. That's July of 1970. I wonder how many of these are like straight up dangerous. Transmitter tuning tone for the blind. Oh, it's another circuits for the blind. Voltage sensitive tone generators uses a voltage amplifier Q2 to change frequency of relaxation audio oscillator. Q1, any PNP input is voltage normally used to drive tuning meter of transmitter generally up to 100 millivolts. What? Wait. Transmitter tuning node. Sorry. Transmitter tuning tone for blind. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, so that you know where your radio is tuned to? Maybe that's what it is. Who's this from? Ishwankni equipment modification for the blind. So yeah, it looks like what this one is designed to do is to make a different tone depending on where the radio is tuned to. But that's a little bit, I don't know. I guess it depends on the radio, because if you're doing stuff like ham radio and you want to get to a particular frequency, you could have it do it that way. Or but if you're doing like, if you're like trying to receive the right radio station, well, you know that you're tuned right because it receives the radio station. Like you get the radio station audio. So I don't really know about that one. Here's another hearing aid. This one looks like it's just a rearrangement of the exact same thing that we saw before with the 3 transistors amplifying. So far, this has not been as fun. I have to admit, this has not been as fun. Ham station controlled for the blind. Okay, so that was what I was talking about before. If you're tuning a ham radio, I guess this one... Transmatch. It looks like 4 boobs. All right, Nightmare Joker. They're starting to scare me. I'm already frightened. Completely integrated control unit can be used with antenna, transmitter, and receiver to make it possible for any sightless amateur radio operator, what'd you just call me, to adjust equipment and go on the air. Tone comparator allows the operator to establish the transmitter voltage and currents with high degree of accuracy by listening to frequency tone generated by the audio oscillator. Q2 circuit includes an antenna changeover relay. Is that what that is? Article covers construction. So you'd have to go into the article to figure out what else is going on. These are supposed to like inspire you, I guess. You know, you look at that and you go, oh, this is that, and that's there, and okay, maybe I can put that in my circuit. So far, I'm not inspired, although we have looked at some pretty weird stuff. So. Blood pressure simulator. Oh, good. Op amps coupled to Schmitt triggers generate and combine triangular waveforms to simulate blood pressure wave in a patient for calibrating devices that record analog output of catheter heart rate adjustments. This is like a professional circuit that ended up in a magazine, I guess. That's a weird one. I don't know what I do with this, but it is actually... Let's put a pin in that, because this one might actually be really good if we can slow this down. If it is doing this at a rate that's more human rated, then this might be something that we can use to create control voltages in a modular synthesizer. So this might be a good one. Do I have like a sticky note I can put on this? I don't. We'll have to try to remember that. I'll come back to the VOD in like 2 years and I'll be like, oh yeah, that thing. Another hearing aid. This one now with the power of more transistors. Grandpa's head's gonna fucking explode when we hook this up to him. We'll use 117 volts up here. Electrocardiogram amplifier. Pulsar for cardiac catheter. Not another one of these things. Was there like a circuit fight? I think there was a circuit fight. Voice alarm for deaf mother. This is cruel. What's going on here? What are we doing here? I don't know why it's 117 and not 120. I don't know. It's like they wanted to change the number around so they didn't run into copyright law. Speaker for serving as mic. Oh, I thought as mic picks up sound of child calling or crying. It's MIC as in microphone, not mic as in some dude. Some dude isn't sitting around and picking up sound. Like it's MIC. Anyway, picks up sound of child calling or crying and energizes a relay that can serve to turn on attention getting red lamp. This sounds like what I need for chat to get my attention when stuff is in the... What are we doing here? I don't know, man. I'm just chilling. I don't want any trouble. They can serve to turn on attention getting red lamp, loud buzzer, other devices need. Voice alarm for deaf mother. Can serve to turn on attention getting loud buzzer. Okay. Or other devices needed to alert deaf person can also be used to pick up splash of person falling in swimming pool. This is unhinged. This is unhinged. This is like they were reading the paper, because it's 1975, and they read a story about a kid falling in a swimming pool, and they're like, oh yeah, this could like pick up the splash noise. Are you throwing kids in pools in order to test this? I don't think you are. I know, most deaf are not 100% deaf, and a loud buzzer could probably alert a deaf person. But at the same time, why would you work with that? I guess. I know what's up. I'm not that stupid. Call it falling in the swimming pool or wake up person when they start snoring, or as an intrusion alarm. They are reaching around. They are reaching for these applications. They really are. K1 is 5K relay. D1 is 65 and rectum fryer. Filament transformer, and T2 is the output transformer, such as Stancore. Push red switch to stop alarm. So, voice activity. Why do they always isolate these with a transformer? So we've got an induced loop here, and then I guess that's hitting this guy. What a weird circuit. What a weird circuit. This is just an amplifier. They didn't want to call it a hearing aid, so they just called it amplifier. What's the battery power required for this hearing aid? This not hearing aid, sorry. Turns on relay to zap, baby. Yeah, I don't think you can edit. You can't edit messages. Not on Twitch. Okay. Where is our battery? I guess 12 volts. So why are we amplifying? Input from preamp plus minus 5 volt signal. That's a big signal. All the way up to 12 volts with 2 ever-ready batteries. He's branding. Recording pen. Huh? Moving coil pen recorder of electrocardiograph. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, sorry, it's an electrocardiograph recorder. So that's one of the things, the pen's doing this. You know, it's going up and down as the paper goes in a direction. That's what that is. So that's what this circuit is doing. It's amplifying from the preamp to the coil. That's going to move that needle back and forth. That's what that is. That really confused me because it seemed like they were just saying amplifier, but it's battery-powered amplifier for a zero-center moving coil pen, the recorder of electrocardiograph, to give a full-scale deflection. And then they go into the weeds immediately and start talking about hertz and stuff. That's so weird. Pulsar for cardiac catheter. Not again. It's all of these things are catheter shit. What is going on? Another hearing, we've already been over that part. Yeah, we've already been over this part of the page. Electrocardiogram contour graph. This is like hand-drawn. This one's kind of different from all the others. What are they doing here? Also, it's not hand-drawn, but they're using a font that makes it look like it is. Better, they have very clear writing, which I don't think is the case because everything has kind of that same strangeness to it. That's so weird that they would use this font. Biomedical engineering from IEEE, I see now. Let's go to the next page. Maybe there's an end in sight. Nope, we're never done. Hearing aid. Hearing aid. Hearing aid. Hearing aid? Blood pump. Dear God. Actually, I think that's the similar to Comic Sans, the actual comic font. That might be what that was. It looks a little bit like handwriting, but it's very, very neat. Frequency and pulse width in order to drive a pump. That's a little crazy. That's a little bit of a crazy circuit there. What is this thing? Weird amplifier. Ear stimulator. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Sinusoidal audio signals are linearly modulated to generate tone bursts of controlled duration and shape. For audio research. This is a torture device. What are we doing here? You've got to build this one. Maybe. I don't have whatever the hell this thing is. MC1437. It's just an op amp, though. And we've got a 6-volt reference on the minus. And then we have these guys. AC 3-volt peak-to-peak sine wave coming in. We're not even making the sine wave. We have to get an external sine wave and modulate it over this. So it's just going... Yeah, this is just an op amp. I think all it's doing is just going... Wait, where's the output, though? Minus 12. We got that guy there. That's a little weird. I don't know, man. 1960? Nope, 1970. Well, they were doing weird stuff in the 70s, too. Frequency spotter for blind. Why is everybody doing this stuff? Electroencephalophone frequency modulator system for presenting effective stereophonic display of 4 channels of electroencephalography, EEG, one from each quadrant of the human skull. My quadrants! It's amplifying very, very tiny electrical signals is what a lot of this stuff is doing. So 90% of these circuits are buzzers, and beepers, and hearing aids. Where is my focus point on this camera right now? Transceiver tuner for blind. This is once again another tuner. So basically we're doing exactly what the voltage controlled oscillator is doing, except, depending on how the radio works. Audio thermometer? Thermometer. Why after reading all the names of all of these like vacuum tubes and stuff, I see the word thermometer and I'm like, thermometer. There you go. Sorry, my camera arm's a little hard to move right now. Audible thermometer allows blind person to determine if air temperature is in range of 55 to 100. You know how I tell that? I don't use my eyes. I'll tell you that much. I mean, I guess if you want to hear the tone of whether or not your heat pump is working in your house, I suppose this could be a little bit more accurate, but it is frequency and tuning dependent, which, by the way, this is all temperature dependent. So, yes, the thermometer, of course, is temperature dependent. I just mean the tuning of it is temperature dependent. This thing's going to act different. Yeah, I guess measuring cooking would be a good thing to do with that. But that only goes to 100. It doesn't go to 160. I don't know if that's irony. It's not exactly the same as like rain on your wedding day, right? That's not irony. Rain on your wedding day is irony. Too many spoons when all you need is a knife. Like that's irony right there. That's what that is. I'm gonna wait for people to get mad at me and correct me on that. So yeah, what would you do with this? I mean, can be mounted outdoors. I guess if you want to get an outdoor temperature and figure out whether or not you need a coat. Which book is that? Archive.org details, 1997. And then the rest of it I can't actually read. Is that a Windows 98 key? FCKGW? Electronic Circuits Manual. The other cool book that we have is a Japanese circuits book, and we have absolutely no chance of figuring out exactly what's going on that one. I'm going to have to heavily use Google Translate in order to figure that one out, but I kind of want to go through that one as well. It's a much smaller book, but it's really cool. No, the other one's playing a piano. Transceiver tuner for the blind, we already know that one. Audio tone tuning for SSB. What is SSB? Amplifier cannot overheat. Blah, blah, blah. Ham radio. Oh, it's more ham radio. Trapezoidal generator for ear stimulations. So the ear stimulation ones I find to be very neat because those will create weird wibbly waves that we could have fun with. Is that single sideband? Probably. I'm not cool enough to have a sideband. I don't even have a primary band. Wait a sec, what the fuck are these things? Oh, that doesn't really help us out. But the ear stimulation ones are kind of neat because they make funny audio, and so we can use that for synthesizer stuff. I believe, if we can get clever enough. Reading aid for the blind. Multiplicity of optoelectronic circuits. All like that shown, each drive vibratory. This is way before AI, but this is like word salad. Reading aid for the blind. Multiplicity of optoelectronic circuits, comma, all like that shown, comma, each, period, or dust. Drive vibratory pin consisting of biomorph or piezoelectric reed. I feel like I'm having a stroke. I can't understand a single thing I just said. What is that? What is this? Reading material is focused on phototransistor array, and the pins are gated on or off to give tactile image. Ah, so this would be an array of sensors that is focused way in on, like, for instance, the letter P, and it'll give a tactile, like, a thing will pop up, and you can feel the letter P. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of neat. You need a lot of these things, though. No, I did a quick stint with biomorph pin, but we were under a different name. It was damn it, I don't have a cool name in front of me. Chief drawback is the slowness of reading rate, achieved by about 35 words per minute. Yeah, I mean, actual programming and microelectronics and vision systems are quite a lot better. Counter for Geiger. What's the Geiger counter? Mica window Geiger counter tubes in contact with surface breast tumors are selectively switched to input of counter. One of the uses of that brain monitoring probe was also to detect things like breast cancer by looking for an increase in blood flow to the area. But again, that was one of these tools in search of a problem. Answers in search of a problem. After present count of 2040 is reached, print relay is energized, chart record, pin data prod, blah, 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 blah. So what is this thing doing? It's reading the rads. Geiger detectors. Okay, so it's a little bit different than that. It's just the counter for that sort of thing when we reach a certain number of rads. Boy, oh boy, would I not trust some crap that somebody made in their garage to measure that. I would absolutely loathe having some stupid circuit that somebody put together from a book of circuits be in determination of what my radiation level was for my medical treatment. No, I never made bombs. Well, I did that one time. Yeah, I actually made several, let's be honest, for court cases. What we're all missing is memory circuits. I think we're gonna wrap here. I think I'm done with this stuff because there's quite a bit of stuff in here, and maybe we'll come back to this and do another fun little public reading of the circuits book. But I think the next time we pull this thing out, we're gonna actually make something in here, and maybe I can find something cool in like the oscillator circuits or something. Because there's just a wealth of knowledge inside of this book. Shaft encoder, that's kind of neat. Oh no, I've worked with thousands of IEDs. I've just never built a bomb. Except that one time. Measuring circuits. I mean, measuring voltage is the first thing to creating a VCO. You just need to have an oscillator attached to it that's tunable. A lot of these circuits look kind of familiar. So yeah, this big tome of circuits, I really would love to have a stand that this thing could sit on so we could use this a bit more. But this thing will come back. High sensitivity electrometer. It's using another one of these matched pairs of transistors. Maybe this will give me a little bit of insight into what's going on in some of the analog circuitry that I'll be looking at in the near future. Now, this has nothing to do with Burn the Subs, but I thought it would be fun to go over this little book that I have, this cool little book that I have. So this will be around. This will be making a repeat appearance. I need to figure out how to put this on a shelf so that it doesn't kill itself. Maybe just hold it like this for a little while on a shelf so that these pages can settle back down. They're not like, you know, extruding themselves out. But yeah, that was an interesting time. And that circuit is always going to be quick to hand. I don't know if anybody has digitized this book. I don't know what else there is to this. Hold on, let me just do because the publisher died in 2006. The company died, and it was published by. Oh, it's actually in the Library of Congress. So there is a preserved form of this thing. If you want to get the information here, it's Marcus John Guidebook of Electronic Circuits. This particular one is from 1974, but there probably are more versions of this kind of stuff. And I would love to get modern ones. I would love to take a look at one that's full of like, I mean, really what I should do is put together a guidebook of circuits for modular synthesizers, because that would give me building blocks. The Harry Potter of circuits books. I don't know, man. This is a very specific niche book that has a bunch of really interesting and inspiring stuff in it. If you're wondering how you want to present a circuit, you can look it up in here and take a look at what it looks like. I got this from the Forbidden section of the library. It's too bad. There should be one of these that is just titled Forbidden. Like one chapter called Forbidden. All right. Is anybody else doing anything today? I don't know if we're going to do a Saturday stream because I've got to do my uploads and I have to do the work on the circuit stuff that happens in the background, right? Yeah, circuit sorting hat. You're in house triode. But yeah, we learned something cool today. We learned about crytrons. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to get my hands on a crytron. I love my tubes, and I have a bunch of tubes sitting over there. I would love to do something with one of these. I don't have 20,000 volts to play with, that's for goddamn sure. But I mean, crytron, it's a little, sometimes radioactive tube that switches 20,000 volts very quickly indeed. And apparently they're totally not one of the components. The Art of Electronics is, who is that? That's the other guy who's awesome. The Art of Troubleshooting Analog Electronics. Great sense of humor from that guy, Bob something. Anyway, there's on the title, he's got this absolutely abysmal looking analog electronics thing that he's like troubleshooting, and he looks kind of like me. So anyway, let me see who's on Twitch right now. If I can throw my Twitch audience somewhere, I'm gonna throw you at somebody and maybe give them a brain injury. Garrick Durock is indeed doing stuff. Garrick Durock is awesome. He does science and tech. I don't know how far into electronics he does, but it's not in English. Electronic und Amateur Funk. So basically, it sounds a lot like amateur funk. Sounds a lot like what goes on here. The other question that I have is if anybody else is lower on the list. Paleontologizing, Ella. Was that Gonad that I just saw fly by? Flatulent Gonad is indeed doing his whole My Summer Car thing. So if you guys want to filter over to Flatulent Gonads, I don't know if I'll get time to check them out tonight, but we're going to work on other stuff. If I do go live tomorrow, we are going to be doing a cleanup stream because things have gotten a little crazy around here. Otherwise, I'm just going to be doing my homework, which is uploading and finishing up the build for the RC car. And I'll probably get in that cell phone holder. So maybe I could get a video of the RC car running at full speed, and maybe we can go frame by frame and determine how fast that thing is going. Because I would love to know, and I don't know if there's anything to log stuff. But so before the CIA shuts me down, I just want you to know that we are absolutely not building a nuclear